For many decades, we knew one kind of world. A world of stability.
We want democracy to survive for all generations to come, not to become the insolvent phantom of tomorrow.
A world of optimism.
Astonishing news from East Germany, where the East German authorities have said, in essence, that the Berlin Wall doesn't mean anything anymore.
A world of interdependence.
Supporting China's entry into the WTO, it represents the most significant opportunity that we have had to create positive change in China since the 1970s.
Today's world is a very different place.
Ukraine under attack.
The January 6th attack remains a dark stain on our nation's history.
Chaos in Brazil as thousands storm the country's capital.
We're standing up against China's unfair economic practice.
A cold war is brewing. Supply chains are breaking down. Inequality is starker than ever. Climate change is wreaking havoc. AI may threaten our very existence. There's no going back. This is the new reality. A new reality that demands new rules. What those rules are, what the future holds in store for all of us. That, it's up to you.
Please welcome to the stage Michael Bloomberg.
Thank you, everyone. I never saw it take an hour to fill a room when everybody was just outside, but you must have been having a good time, so I'm glad you're here. And welcome to the Bloomberg New Economy. Here in Sao Paulo, we've assembled a group of more than 300 business and government leaders, and many are here from across Brazil and the rest of Latin America. We also have delegates and speakers from North America, Africa, Asia, and Europe, and many more people are watching from their home cities on the live stream. Since its beginning 6 years ago, Bloomberg New Economy Project has been supported by leading companies across the globe. Their names are listed on the screen that's going to display on behind me, and we thank them for helping to make this event possible. We're also grateful for our partnership here in Brazil with the Business 20, or B20 as we call it, the official business community of the Group of 20 Nations. The B20 Summit starts tomorrow, and today is a chance to raise the curtain on what I'm sure will be a productive week. Our guiding theme for the forum is New Reality, New Rules. We're looking at the issues that divide us, issues that divide debates over development, growth, and sustainability in emerging economies and beyond. And Brazil really does offer us an ideal vantage point. Brazil is Latin America's largest economy. It's growing steadily, outpacing even the most optimistic forecasts from earlier in the year. And that's of great interest to our audience of global investors. And even more eyes will be on Brazil when the G20 nations meet in Rio next month. If you like acronyms, I have some more good news for you. At the same time that B20 and G20 are convening, preparations are well underway for COP30, the UN climate conference that will be held in Brazil next year. Brazil's climate ambitions really are something that Bloomberg Philanthropies has strongly supported at the local, state, and federal levels. In fact, just this morning, we announced our support for the new Brazil Investment Platform. It's an initiative that Brazil's government is leading to mobilize more private capital into projects that can help the country achieve its ambitious climate goals. Brazil already has the potential to become the first G20 country to reach net zero carbon emissions. This effort can help turbocharge that progress by increasing capital to decarbonize industry, boost solar and wind power, restore and renew natural ecosystems, including the Amazon, and more. Our team at Bloomberg also believes strongly in the power of cities to help lead the fight against climate change. So next month, we're supporting the gathering of the Urban 20 in Rio to help more cities accelerate climate action, and they can learn a lot from Brazil. Almost 90% of Brazilians live in cities, and the country is a clean energy powerhouse. 90% of the electricity comes from renewable sources. So the global spotlight really is on Brazil and the leadership that is showing at a time when there are so many question marks around the world. That opening video helped paint the picture for us. Political and geopolitical instability are bringing plenty of uncertainty about the future. Governments are setting up guardrails for new technologies like AI. They're also grappling with slowdowns in economic growth, wars in the Ukraine, Sudan, and the Middle East, and on top of everything, a climate crisis that gets worse every single day. The Amazon is now experiencing an unprecedented drought and wildfires, and we've seen more extreme, deadly, and costly weather all around the world. In West and Central Africa, severe flooding has caused more than 1,000 deaths this year. In just the past month, 2 major hurricanes have devastated the United States with losses up to $200 billion. And those are just some of the recent examples. I could go on, but I hope I've not depressed everyone with the bad news. Let me add a little more optimistic note, however, one that has the virtue of being true. And that is the economic risks that come with climate change also come with enormous economic opportunities, starting with greater investment in clean energy. And Brazil has certainly shown us that. Government leaders can help steer the energy transition, but they can't do it alone. Success requires working to increase private sector activity as well, and new partnerships with leaders in both business and philanthropy. The people in this room will be the ones to invest in and advance new technologies, create new jobs, support new coalitions across borders and across industries. And at Bloomberg, we're always looking to bring decision makers like everyone here together and provide the data and analysis that can help them navigate uncertainty and change. We also host forums like this where face-to-face conversations can lead to new partnerships and action, and that's what we hope to accomplish today. We've got an impressive list of speakers, and that includes members of the class of 2024 class of New Economy Catalysts, a diverse group of young, driven, and creative investors and entrepreneurs. They are inspiring people doing inspiring things, and I hope everyone will seek them out today and say hello. We'll also hear today from executives from some of Brazil's top companies, as well as a friend of mine who happens to be one of the world's great executives and philanthropists, Bill Gates. We'll have a conversation with Bloomberg's editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite, who is sitting right here in the row, beaming. He gave a seminal interview with Donald Trump last week, and they seem to like you. Yeah, I did. When I talked to Donald, he said, "Who was that guy?" No, he didn't say that. Bill Gates and his foundation have worked very closely with Bloomberg Philanthropies on a range of issues, from tobacco use and public health to climate change. And that's a great example of the power of partnerships we hope to spur more of. I will say that a good part of Bloomberg Philanthropies, and we give all of Bloomberg, the company's profits to our foundation, a good chunk of them go to places that Bill has brought to our attention and has funded himself as well. Keep in mind that we've designed this forum to be interactive, and we're not gathering as a full group. I encourage everyone to use the breakout sessions and one-on-one meetings to discuss possible areas of collaboration, and our team looks forward to hearing about the results. So thanks again for joining and for everyone's active participation. I will see everyone throughout the day. I will do my very best to say hello only once, and if I did twice, I apologize for that. As I get older, trying to remember 200 faces and names gets a little bit more difficult. At some point, I got to stop trying. But I'm honored to be here. We're thrilled that Brazil is a wonderful host for us. It's a country I've visited many times, although not for the last 4 or 5 years. But I'm glad I'm back, and it's booming. The Brazilian economy is booming, and we're glad to be part of it. So enjoy.
Please welcome to the stage Eric Schatzker, Editorial Director, Bloomberg New Economy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bloomberg New Economy at B20. I am delighted to see you all here. Thank you, Mike, for setting a pitch-perfect tone. This is our first Bloomberg New Economy event in Brazil and our second in Latin America. With the world at an inflection point, such an inflection point, and this region so well positioned to capitalize on shifts in global trade, investment, and the energy transition, this really does feel like the ideal moment to be right here in São Paulo. The future, as you know, sure looks different than when we started the Bloomberg New Economy initiative 6 years ago. Back then, our objective was building a bridge between East and West. Today, we have a different purpose, generating ideas and mobilizing capital to narrow the gap between the global North and the global South. That's why the theme of this event, as you heard from Mike, is New Reality, New Rules. What exactly is that new reality? What are those new rules? And who stands to win and lose the most? Our program is going to tackle those issues, leave you better informed, and we hope enlightened by the perspectives of our exceptional cast of speakers. Before we get going, everybody, I have a few notes, and important notes, in fact, to share. Number one, closed captioning. You will find, as you can see there and there, a real-time text readout of our plenary sessions in English and in Portuguese on those side screens. Number two, simultaneous translation. To hear the sessions in Portuguese, go to channel 2 on your headsets. For Spanish, go to channel 3. We've left the headsets by your seats. If you need one, please ask one of the many Bloomberg staff who are here. They are here to help answer any questions that you may have. Number 3, share. We want you to tell the world about what you're learning, who you're meeting, how great an experience you're having. Power our social ecosystem with hashtag BNE at B20. Fourth, Q&A and polling. This is really important, everyone. Our events are so much better when you're part of them. Not just by being here, we want you to participate. We want you to participate in our polls, and we want you to submit questions to our moderators so they can put them to our panelists. Please use the QR code you see right here for both polling and for questions. You'll see it again, of course, when those polls come up. We really do want you to participate. Vote early, vote often. Finally, as a courtesy to our speakers and to your fellow delegates, we ask that you silence your phones, and if you need to take a call, please kindly take it outside the plenary hall. That's all I have to say for now. You'll see me again soon. Let the show begin.
Please welcome to the stage José Olympio Pereira, CEO of Banco J. Safra, Karina Saad, Partner, MAP Family Office, and Stephanie Flanders, Head of Economics and Government, Bloomberg.
Well, good morning. This panel is called Bracing for a New Reality. And I guess if we think about it, not long ago, economically speaking, we were bracing for a lot of bad stuff. We thought maybe we were going to face a sort of 1970s style inflation problem, but that seems to have been resolved in most places without a 1980s style recession, even though we've had this extraordinary rise in the cost of money. Unemployment has not risen very far. In fact, I noticed here in Brazil, it's the lowest it's been in a decade. And yet, despite all of this economic relief and resilience, it does sort of feel when we're looking ahead that some kind of brace position is required. Protectionism, rise of economic nationalism across the world, geopolitical fracturing, outright war in the Middle East, in Europe, and maybe more concerning than all of these, a sort of rising deep distrust of institutions and political polarization in our societies, in here, in America, and across Europe. We're going to discuss lots of these over the course of the day, but you guys, you get to have the first word. It's quite nice. Investors have kind of managed to look through a lot of this fear, certainly in the last year, certainly in the US markets. Corinna, I know you're now managing a family office here. You were managing BlackRock in Brazil. You were spending most of your time looking to the world investment landscape. How are you feeling about the future and this new reality? Do you think we should be bracing for it? Or as investors, we should be marching forward?
Good morning, Stephanie. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation, Bloomberg, and congratulations on putting together a great event. I do think the investment landscape globally today is still highly uncertain, but that doesn't mean it doesn't unlock a number of investment opportunities for investors. And I think there's really 4 pillars that are driving and defining the investment landscape today. I think the first one is a completely different paradigm for monetary policy going forward. So when we think back, for most of the last 4 decades, call it from 1980 to 2022 specifically, the world experienced a secular, persistent decline in interest rates. And then we had a temporary blip in 2002 and 2003 where interest rates came back up, and now they're starting to ease again. But I think very few investors today look at the situation and say, well, we're going to revert back to those historically low interest rates that we were accustomed to. We're actually entering a completely different period for interest rates that most of us believe are going to be higher for longer. And the question is just how high and how long. And that's a completely different set of implications for investment portfolios going forward. I think secondly, we've seen the rise of Gen AI. And there's a lot of conversation about what that means for productivity and ultimately for corporate earnings, and what that's going to do to equity valuations and equity markets going forward. Thirdly, and I know you'll talk extensively about this throughout the course of the day, we're undergoing a transition to a low-carbon economy. That transition has started. It will likely intensify and accelerate. It will be uneven across the globe, and it will impact sectors and economies very differently, and unlock a number of investment opportunities. And I'll just wrap up to Stephanie's earlier point with what I think is the 4th dominant theme today impacting the investment landscape, which is this increased geopolitical fragmentation that we're witnessing in the world today. COVID exposed the fragility of global supply chains, but what we've seen since then is actually a world where there's a much less stable balance of power between countries that are friendly to Western ideals and countries that are not. And that means a very different set of volatility characteristics for investors going forward.
José, Olympio, you're here in Brazil, I know, more focused on the wholesale business of Banco Safra.
Yep.
How does the world look to you, this world described by Corinna?
Well, I think Corinna hit it on the spot. I think that we're living in a very uncertain world. Now, during my lifetime, I've never witnessed 2 wars going on at the same time, the perspective of one of them getting much more serious with the involvement of Iran and a broader conflict in the Middle East. We have this whole, I don't want to repeat you, but the polarization that's going on, the uncertainty with U.S. elections. What's the world going to be after the elections? What are the impacts of one candidate's policies and the others? But it's interesting because at the same time, we had the S&P reach record after record this year. So, and we've seen business continue to invest and to develop, and so even though we're living in a very uncertain world, it seems that business and investors have continued to move on with their objectives. We recently saw two major foreign direct investments in the Brazil infrastructure sector. So it's a way you can look at the world right now as half empty or half full, because there are plenty of opportunities. Generative AI, for example. I mean, you can look at it as a way to increase productivity enormously, but you can look at it as a way of what's it going to do to the workforce and to unemployment and to all of that. So, and that's all to be seen. And when you look at Gen AI, you went back to the Industrial Revolution and to many other disruptive technologies that went on and that made people think that labor was going to be no longer that much essential. And we all reinvented ourselves. Services sector grew, and I remember meeting Mike 6 years ago in New York, and he's saying that I'd be happier, I'd be calmer now if my son were a plumber or a cabinet maker than a lawyer or a general practitioner in medicine, because he'd be much safer with his job. But that's how the world lives. And I think that it's interesting because we're learning to live with uncertainty and with potential risks, and that's not affecting the world's ability to move on.
Well, I want just to follow up on that, José Olympio, that one of the things that we've thought, and Bloomberg Economics has done some work on this, is with all the uncertainty, with all the fracturing, the throwing up of the cards in the global system also opens up possibilities for new countries to benefit, find themselves in a good position. And very high on that list, you would think, would be Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially in the context of a new government that has taken quite a lot of steps that should be reassuring to investors. We've seen inflation come down. We see now, just for a recent upgrade on the rating, just a notch below investment grade here. And yet, even though Brazil could be potentially one of the sort of winners and examples in this new world, sitting between the two, US and China, we don't see a lot of money pouring in.
And
why not?
Yeah. I wanna make the distinction, because portfolio money has not been coming, and that's true. I mean, capital markets activity, new issuance activity in Brazil has been very slow, and IPOs, we haven't had an IPO now for the third year in a row. The Bovespa in dollar terms is down this year. But at the same time, and this is for portfolio money, this is for money that can get in and out very easily, depending on their view of Brazil and decisions. I think there's a general pessimism in the Brazilian financial system, and concerns about our fiscal situation and all of that. But at the same time, you have strategic investors that see in Brazil a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to grab strategic assets. And in the last month,
it's cheap. They're very cheap.
And in the last month, you had two major European infrastructure companies buy port companies here in Brazil: the Santos Brazil Terminal Container in Rio, then the Wilson Sons, Salvador and Porto Alegre. We're moving ahead with infrastructure concessions, and we're seeing foreign money come in, either through funds, private equity funds, where you have long-term money investing, or directly with strategic investors. So the country is attractive on a long-term basis. I mean, we're going to need massive investments in infrastructure. Our rules are relatively stable. They're not perfect, but they're they're good enough to give people comfort of coming here and invest. And I think there is a lot of, global money available to come here for these long-term opportunities. And at the same time, if you look at countries as large as ours in the rest of the world, and if you look at it through the prism of size, potential for growth, and institutional stability, we compare very favorably. So I think we're benefiting from the fact that there is, polarization and disputes over, large, China and the U.S. and all of a sudden, we're here. I mean, we are and we should be friends to everybody. I mean, I don't think we should pick sides. I think we should look what's in our best interest.
Karina, I know you're looking to the rest of the world primarily, but as a global investor, and there'll be global investors looking at Brazil, what more does the government need to do? I mean, José Olympio is right that there has been more direct investment flows, but it's not rising as much as you might think. What more needs to happen here?
Yeah, I should contextualize this by saying that in general, U.S. investors have been taking limited risk appetite in emerging markets because rates in the U.S. are still very high. So that has affected emerging market flows more broadly. But within the context of emerging markets, I think Brazil does have an opportunity to be a higher protagonist in terms of share of flows. And I think what investors are looking for is really a question of indicators of sustainability. Right? So how sustainable is this moment? Is it going to be what Brazilians call voo de galinha? Or is it actually on track to be maintained in the medium to long term? And a lot of that is around concerns around fiscal credibility, which José Olympio mentioned, the protection of investor property rights, right? Is the judiciary in Brazil preserving the rule of law in Brazil as foreign investors expect? And I think there is a third component, which is very subjective. Often people talk about the currency and the volatility of the currency and how hard it is to hedge, but I don't think that's the biggest driver. I actually think, and I'm Brazilian, so I'm going to go out on a limb and be controversial, I think Brazilians are not good ambassadors of the Brazil story, right? In a lot of ways, Brazil is self-sufficient. In other ways, Brazil isn't self-sufficient and needs foreign capital, but it's very inward-looking. And when we tell our own story, we tell the story for other Brazilians. We don't tell the story with foreign stakeholders in mind, with a foreign audience in mind. And so we don't craft the narrative in a way that's appealing to that audience. So it's much more around how we message the story and how we market our own story than anything else. But there's a human emotion attached to that.
José, do you think...
Yeah, I think...
Are you not a good enough ambassador?
Well, no, I think you're absolutely right. And, way back, I suggested to the previous government that there should be an investor relations function here in Brazil, just as companies sell themselves and sell their... because I think that we tend to be too negative on ourselves. And that's fine as long as we're talking to ourselves, but I think we have so many opportunities, so much potential that we should be more outspoken outside about it than we have been. And so to a certain extent, our whole criticism of ourselves, which is fair. I'm not saying that we shouldn't criticize and we shouldn't look at points that are not that need to be improved, and the whole discussion of the fiscal side and legal security and all of that. We have tons of things to do. But, we have lots of opportunities as well. We have good things also. And we need, I think, to sell ourselves better to the rest of the world than we have been doing. And I think if I may compliment, and I think we have an issue of the region where we are. Latin America, you look at our neighborhood and the whole region hasn't seen much growth and lots of instability and all of that. Whereas you look at Southeast Asia, for example, all of the countries are growing, and the attention of global portfolio investors. When you talk about emerging market investors. They're looking much more at Asia than they are at Brazil.
But it's interesting. It's an opportunity because historically, China has accounted for roughly a third of emerging market allocations for global investors. And as U.S. investors, in the context of the rising geopolitical tensions between the U.S. and China, have to reallocate investments away from China, that would be a huge opportunity for countries like Brazil. So this is a great moment.
So I guess one big topic that I know you're both interested in from different sides, and I think demonstrates maybe the need, the sort of diplomatic challenge for Brazil, but also the economic opportunity, not just here, but globally, and is obviously energy transition and climate change. There's a widespread understanding that solving the climate challenge, Brazil's going to play a massive role in that. And I think the other side of that would obviously be that there's an opportunity for Brazil to be an example, but we haven't seen that so much over the years. José, do you think where are you seeing that? Where are you seeing businesses come to you and actually want to do something new in that space?
Well, I think there's a lot going on here in Brazil. I mean, number one, if you look at the global energy matrix, just 30% of the energy matrix is renewable as compared to 46% in Brazil. Someone mentioned, I think it was Minister Fabio yesterday, that 90% of our electricity comes from renewable sources. There's been massive investments in solar and wind more recently, up to a point that we're now getting to a point that we're generating more green energy than we can use, and that's creating short-term challenges. But definitely, I think Brazil can really lead the way in energy transition. And I'll give you an example, ethanol. We started, Brazil is a big producer of corn, and earlier than 10 years ago, we started, private sector firms started making ethanol from corn, which was something that we didn't do before because all our ethanol came from sugar cane. Well, guess what? 20% of Brazil's ethanol is now produced with corn, and that's growing. So we have an opportunity of creating, renewable fuels and biodiesel and green energy. And I think that may give us even an opportunity to reindustrialize ourselves based on green energy. Green steel, using sustainable sources of energy for making steel, and other industries, selling the products based on the fact that they're made with sustainable energy, with green energy. And I think that's an opportunity. So I think we're in the middle of a big transition. And when you look at it globally, I think we're very well positioned to take the lead in that sense in the energy transition.
Karina, we don't have a huge amount more time, but I wanted to sort of take us back. I wanted to focus on Brazil in this session because I think it's important. We're here, but also there's some very interesting debates that we might not get to later in the day. But you started with that much broader point about the rising cost of money long term. And we've done, in the Bloomberg Economist, we've done a lot of big studies on this suggesting the same as you, that there's going to be a manageable but significant increase in the long-term cost of money. How is the climate challenge contributing to that? How should we think about globally here in Brazil, the demands that requires, the funds required for that, how that may feed into the rising cost of money?
Sure. I think the transition to a low-carbon world is inevitably going to drive much higher levels of spending, and that is inflationary, right? So when we think about we need to spend to adapt to new policy environments like the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, we need to spend to develop and commercialize new greening technologies and eventually get them to scale. We need to spend to adapt to evolving consumer preferences like preferences for electric vehicles. All of that is going to drive a lot more spending. There's all sorts of estimates about how much more but they're all a lot more. It's really like orders of magnitude of a lot more. So it is my belief, for example, that we'll be spending double the rates in the energy sector from roughly $2 trillion today to $4 trillion in the future annually than we are. So that's a meaningful, extraordinary amount of spending, which is going to increase the cost of money. And it's happening at a time of record public sector deficits, right? Governments are very strained. So there is a very, very large role for private capital to play in that equation in order to actually provide that source of financing. I would also add that in addition to increasing spending levels and being inflationary, at least in the short term, until those new technologies start to gain scale and the cost of the technology comes down, which might ease some of those inflationary pressures, but at least in the short term, it's inflationary. I would add that it's going to massively reallocate capital flows for the future, right? Because today, developed markets are leading the way in the energy transition, but emerging markets are going to play a very, very large role in the future. They're going to be at least half of the carbon dioxide emissions over the next few decades, and emerging markets have a much higher source of cost of capital. And so that's going to be very impactful for portfolio allocations.
José, Olympio, when you think about the sort of sectors that people should be focused on, if you think about where the potential upsides might come from in Brazil, when you talk about the glass half full at the beginning, where is there opportunity?
Number one, infrastructure. I think we need massive investments in infrastructure. We're going through the process of privatization of our water and sewage system, where we're way behind. Just to give you a statistic, less than 50% of people have treated sewage, which is appalling in the 21st century in Brazil. And ports, roads, our agricultural production is 2,000 kilometers away from ports. So it's critical that we have efficient logistics, efficient infrastructure to be even more competitive with our agricultural products. Energy transition as well. I mean, you've seen massive investments in ethanol from corn positions, companies that started 7 years ago and now are worth in the tens of billions that have, basically taken advantage of this opportunity. So I think that I would say that these are the two most interesting sectors at this stage. As far as green energy, I think we're going through a phase where, we've invested ahead of demand, and we're going through the pains of finding demand for all the green energy from solar panels that's been created. But that's going to be resolved, because that excess green energy can always be used from Bitcoin miners to, green hydrogen plants and uses of energy, because the challenge of solar is that the energy is not continuous, right? So you have to find demand at the right time. And I think that the other part is the development of technology. Solar, the cost of solar panels went down dramatically in the last 10 years, which made it competitive. Now I think that the next challenge is batteries, and storing energy. Sorry.
No. Well, yeah. We have run out of time, but I know you care about this, and I think it's relevant to just ask you very briefly at the end. I started talking about the success of particularly the US economy, but the resilience in general of the global economy. Of course, the nagging fear that we have when we look at the US is this is a country that has been more economically successful than many countries, risen to many of the challenges that we've talked about here that Brazil has struggled with, other countries have struggled with, and yet not brought its people together, not brought large parts of society along with that success. And you have this polarization, which is clearly a very troubling issue in Brazil as well. I just wonder whether you worry that even if you rise to these challenges in Brazil, that polarization will come back to haunt you.
Well, I think that Brazil has chosen to have a very significant welfare program, the Auxílio Família, that basically, has risen from 50 billion reais a year to 160 billion. So we have a big investment in taking people out of poverty and so on and so forth. But I think that the challenge is not, doling out money. The challenge is how do you incorporate this workforce into, services industries or things so that people can have a decent standard of living. And that's a challenge, and that's what we want.
Karina, José, Olympio, thank you so much. I think we've got into a lot here. Many of things will be picked up over the course of the day, but you've got us off to a good start. And José, Olympio, I think you've given us the bombshell news that Mike Bloomberg would prefer his kids to be plumbers, which none of us knew. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The aftermath of the Cold War meant a boon for multinational business. A connected, globalized world enabled more and easier manufacturing and trade than ever before. But pandemic lockdowns and modern conflicts are perhaps ushering in a new era.
Globalization isn't ending, but globalization is changing shape.
In the midst of this, some countries and companies are finding it best to hedge their bets.
There's a much bigger family of economies who have chosen not to take sides in this big geopolitical realignment.
Since the Ukraine invasion, countries that voted yes in the UN to support Ukraine have fallen into a US-led pro-Western bloc, while countries that voted no, abstained, or didn't vote at all fell into the pro-Russian bloc. At least 101 countries have always abstained or fell into neither bloc. These are the new neutrals, countries like India, Malaysia, Nigeria, and Brazil.
Where greenfield FDI goes, jobs typically follow. It's one of the best indicators to gauge sentiment among the world's biggest companies.
Greenfield foreign direct investment measures money going into new operations in foreign countries. Jockeying for foreign investment in the pre-COVID, pre-Ukraine invasion world remained fairly even-handed, but in recent years, commitments going into new neutral nations have soared.
Please welcome to the stage Wesley Batista, shareholder, JNF, board member, JBS and Pilgrim's Pride Corp., Ana Cabral, co-chairperson and CEO, Sigma Lithium Resources, the Honorable John Huntsman Jr., Vice Chairman and President of Strategic Growth, MasterCard, and Eric Schatzker, Editorial Director, Bloomberg New Economy.
Good morning once again, everybody. Here we are, navigating a divided world. I told you earlier that we were going to do some polling. We're going to start right now. So please get out your mobile phones, get ready to scan the QR code that appears right there and participate in this poll. Here's the question. Latin American countries should align themselves most closely with A, the United States, B, the European Union, C, China, D, Russia, E, the BRICS, or F, none. Effectively, non-alignment. That is the question for you folks. I'm going to share the results with you and our panelists in a few short minutes with a surprising twist. So please stay tuned for that. Here we go, everybody. There was a period of about 75 years, from the end of World War II to the start of the pandemic, where, as we saw in the opening video, the world was a reasonably stable and predictable place, and thanks in part to that stability and predictability, the world became a much more prosperous and interconnected place. That was the world, John, in which you negotiated trade deals as USTR and served as US ambassador to Singapore, China, and to Russia. As we've now established very early in the course of this event, we live in a different world now, a more divided world. The geopolitical landscape has been transformed, is being transformed. Set the scene for us. What's most important to understand, and how do you see this landscape evolving?
Well, it is a changed world for sure. You put up the list of countries here. I've lived in about half of them. I'm really interested to hear what the answers come back as being. But we have to look at what the seismic shifts are under our feet in recent years. And you have to go to ongoing wars in the Middle East. You have to go to the rise of China. And I would say more recently, the rise of India. You have to say COVID was an accelerant. You have to say relative political dysfunction. And here we find ourselves trying to make sense of it all. And I just gave you a short list. I mean, the list is probably 100 points long. And then you look at this year, which really is the year of elections. I mean, half the world's population, which is to say almost 4 billion people, will be somehow touched by an election playing out in their country. And so we're about to start 2025 with voters having registered their angst, anxiety, and concerns. And I suspect that a lot of that is going to be our systems are dysfunctional, our alliances are not working, we're not getting what we hope to get out of the people we elect, and we want to do it ourselves. And so traditional alignments are going to fall victim to do-it-yourself approaches. Unilateralism, and I think regionalism for countries that can't do it on their own. And so we're likely to see the devolution of really kind of a bipolar construct, although the US-China relationship will undergird everything that we see play out in the next few years. And we're likely to see regional groupings pop up because countries are not going to want to place their bets in any one particular direction. They're going to want to act on self-interest, as all countries do, which is to say, keep your options open.
If you were in one of your former roles today, if you were the ambassador to Beijing, for example, or Moscow, how would you be thinking about your job differently?
I would be thinking about one of the seismic trends that we are experiencing that the United States does not understand very well, because we are not a long-lived country. We have a little over 250 years. And that is empires behaving like empires traditionally have over centuries and millennia. So, which is to say, a return to the 1500s, where the Indian economy was number one, where the Chinese economy was number two, where the Russian Empire was a huge geographic overlay. And these are the inexorable behavioral patterns of empires. And you're sitting in Beijing, you're sitting in Moscow. This is not like sitting in a regular country. These are empires. And their behaviors are manifestations of how empires act. A sphere of influence, ratcheting up their economy or their security system so they can protect themselves, and nursing old grievances. We don't understand that in the United States. We're nursing old grievances everywhere you look in the world. Every major regional conflict is based on a centuries-old feud. And that's not technology. We sit here and talk about AI and technology and everything. This is the old world that is driving everything else. And we have very little understanding of that.
I'm hearing a very clear instruction in what you're saying.
This is a cable I'd be writing back to the State
Department, but perhaps to everybody else in the room, and that is read your history, right?
That's it.
Folks, I do want to remind you that I have an iPad here. There is a QR code there. You can submit questions. I'm looking for them here. As I told you before, this event is better when all of you participate. Anna, your company, Sigma Lithium, mines a mineral critical to EV batteries and to the energy transition. But before this, you were an investment banker, you were a professional investor. With all of that considered, how does today's world look to you? Does it look the same as it does to John Huntsman, or does it look different?
No, the world has certainly changed. But when you take a step back, you need to take a broader view to corporate strategy, country strategy, where there's always an element of your client base, your customer base. So in the ecosystem I live, I mean, because we also industrialize lithium oxide, we deliver industrialized materials, and at that, we compete, and we compete with China, and we win, and we got customers in China. So if you look at the ecosystem, 60% of the end user of the EV market is now in China. 30 is Europe, 10 is in the US. This year, growth, 44% annual growth, China, 0 growth in Europe. Some of these markets are retreating. So designing company strategy, alienating large customers is not prudent. Country strategy, the same. China is our largest trade partner. Now, 60+% of our trade is with China. So how do you navigate a very fractured, revisionist world? Because that's the revisionism we talked about, right? Well, that is the challenge because, and there's an opportunity of being non-aligned to the extent possible. Because as the world catches up in our ecosystem of EVs, entire supply chains are being built very rapidly. So the body of investment that took place in the last 15 years in Asia is actually happening in a concentrated fashion in the West. So by being non-aligned and presenting a neutral stance and demonstrating industrial prowess and competitiveness as a country, as a company, one can actually win by being the recipient of those investments. And hence, the US has made Brazil a very prolific ground for the DOE investments. They've just made 3 investments just this year. So I think there is a massive opportunity in showing that there's actually a third way, which is the non-polarized way, which frankly in politics that also should be the way, where, right? There's gotta be a way in the middle.
Wesley, you and your brother turned the company your father founded 71 years ago into the world's largest meat producer. China and the United States are critical markets for your products. Tell us how you see what we've been talking about this morning. How concerned are you about the conflicts, hot and cold, around the world, the state of divisiveness?
Look, Eric, when we look our business today, so not just in North America, not just in US, but also in South America. So we produce our major production platform is North America and South America, but China is the largest market where we sell our products. So it's very complementary one to the other. So of course, when we see, China and US, increasing, some disagreement or some
there's tension.
Yeah, some tension. Of course, this is a concern, and I think it's a concern globally that, is the 2 largest economy global. China has a huge consumer base, and a lot of, especially in the food sector, China is a key customer to anyone that is in the food sector. So we do a lot of business with both. We really like and we see a huge potential in both markets. So, and I think, in the private sector, we don't have, the power to change the relationship between China and US. But I think, in the private sector, the press, and everyone needs to express that is so key, China and US being in a line, because, this can affect any business around the world.
If I understand what you say correctly, you want the private sector, you want executives like yourself to be more vocal, to speak up, to talk about the risks that further division create for companies, for your employees, for your shareholders, for consumers. Do I understand that correctly?
I think everyone needs to say this, ourselves, people that is leading business, the press, everyone needs to say this because, having China and US not in agreement or in some alignment, this is really bad globally. So I think everyone needs to keep watch on that, and being concerned on that.
Let's have a look at those poll results, shall we? If we could bring up the poll results, some of these results might surprise you. We can see them here at the back of the room. We can see them on the screen behind you. It's not quite a dead heat, but it's looking pretty close between aligning with the United States or, to Anna's point, not aligning at all Now, I promised you all a twist. Here's the twist. We put the very same polling question to citizens of Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico very recently. How about we see how those results compare with what you just saw? So here's how the citizens in those countries felt. A notable difference. Non-alignment. Now, we saw non-alignment pretty popular in this room. Non-alignment, as you can see, at the very least outside of Brazil, quite popular in this poll of these 5 countries. The number 2 choice, as you can see. And for all intents and purposes, Brazil is pretty divided too. Can't make up its mind about who to align with. Ana, your company is based here in Brazil. President Lula was supposed to be this week meeting with Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping at the BRICS summit in Russia until he, as many of you know, suffered an accident over the weekend and he had to stay home. I'd like to know, and I think people in this room would like to know, is that what you think he should be doing, getting closer to the BRICS and effectively, in doing so, getting a bit closer to China?
What I think doesn't really matter. I don't have a political pen, so I just run a business. So my job is to basically run this business as successfully as possible. Now, when you think about non-alignment, we didn't invent this in Brazil. Look at Europe, in particularly Germany. I take my cues from Germany, really. Whatever Europe does, we kind of follow because they have the same dilemmas we have, which is kind of being in the middle of a large trade partner, right, and a large strategic ally, such as the United States. Because again, we can't reinvent the wheel. We got to dance the dance somebody else is dancing better. Now, why better? Because we got a very large green industrial matrix here. We, in particularly Sigma, we actually industrialize these materials for batteries, and we literally serve the world. We ship them to Korea, which is US's now official battery maker. We ship them to Japan. We ship them to China. So, and how do we do this? We maintain a neutral stance. We follow the market, meaning EVs, 60% China, so we give them a little less, so 50. The other half goes to Korea, Japan, and the lot. So it's kind of trying to follow on the European footsteps. And again, there's no perfect answer because this is why the world is the way it is, this current revisionist state. We do the best that we can, and we're doing fine. Seriously, we're doing fine so far. I mean,
John, as you can see here and in those previous results, the United States didn't exactly win a popularity contest. Polling at 35% isn't really a victory, at least in my books.
Feels like my last election campaign.
Has the U.S. really lost that much diplomatic leverage in this new world construct?
Not necessarily. I think much of the world's, whenever you're number one, you're in some cases less popular with depending upon the crowd you're in.
You certainly have a target on your back.
But listen, the numbers here speak to the thesis that I established in my first comments, which is non-alignment is proxy for optionality. So in today's world where you don't have a singular superpower, i.e. the United States, you have a world in which China and the United States are largely sharing the global stage. This is unprecedented. And when I go to places around the world, now representing the great company MasterCard, which is all about connecting people, I hear folks say, don't make us choose one of the other, i.e. we need to keep our options open. Why? Because trade and commerce is the most important thing to most countries of the world. Why is that? Because that's how they create jobs and get reelected. Yes. So the economy is front and center for most countries of the world. Therefore, optionality is going to be important. Therefore, these numbers don't surprise me a lot. But let me tell you what is a little disconcerting and what all members of the business community should be thinking about. And the point raised earlier about speaking up and using our voice a little bit more, amping up our volume, is absolutely correct. We're looking for clear policy signals, and we're not getting them. I've never seen a time in my career, decades in either public or private sectors, where the policy signals have been so ambiguous. And I've never seen a point in time where politics has been this dysfunctional. So you combine the lack of clear policy signals and the dysfunctionality in politics, and it's no wonder we're all saying, where do we go? What are the rules of the road? The WTO doesn't mean anything anymore. There's no digital trade agreement. So it's kind of the Wild West in a sense. It'll settle out at some point, but I think it settles out only when the United States and China determine in large part what the fundamental rules of the road are going to be, and that then is built around. That's why the U.S.-China relationship becomes so important longer term.
If Donald Trump wins the U.S. election, do you think the country regains some of that lost diplomatic leverage, and would you get those clear policy signals you're looking for?
Well, the one thing about Trump, like him or not, is his policy signals are pretty clear. And he does largely what he says he's going to do, for good or bad. I think in some senses, what he does is not to clarify some of the issues that are searching for answers like trade. He's throwing away the old global trade regime and dismissing it. And he's saying, we're going to rebuild, we're going to retool, we're going to reinvest in the United States. And whether it's semiconductors, whether it's automobiles. So I'm close to automobiles, and I love what you say about electrification, because I sit on the board of Ford, and we've been struggling with that one a lot. And if you build cars, by the way, in Mexico, you're going to have 100% tariff coming into the United States. So everyone is thinking what to do about this if Trump were to be elected. But there's another thing about Trump in all the irrationality around him. He loves to come out the winner. So you can imagine a world where he says to China, to Xi Jinping, who he thinks he has a pretty good relationship with, by the way, that we're going to impose a higher tariff beyond the 25% that currently exists that the Biden administration kept in place. And that's going to create havoc in the market, and everyone's going to get jitters. And then he's going to say 2 months later, well, I'll go sit down with Xi Jinping, we'll have a summit, and I'll come out the winner having won the day, like he did with Kim Jong-un in Singapore over that whole nuclear showdown. So you can imagine there's going to be high variability in terms of drama, followed by symmetry, followed by claiming victory and moving on. So how that plays out in the market is the big imponderable. We don't know.
I see a question forming on Anna's face. Go ahead, Wesley.
Just a comment back here. You ask if Brazil should be participating, you know, in the BRICS meeting with Russia, with China, and leaving a sign that is taking sides. And I definitely think that Brazil needs to be talking with everyone.
Non-alignment, in other words.
Not alignment. With China, with Russia, with the US, any country. And one of the problems that, country leaders need to be open to keep talking even they have a disagreement, because the worst thing is to close the door and to not keep talking. Diplomacy, you only can, build and get something done. Keep talking, even though if you are in disagreement, And I think Brazil is doing the right thing. Brazil needs to be talking with China, with US, with Russia, and try to help in any way to find solution, to finish these wars, to improve relationship between these countries.
So, to be clear, I think we get the picture here, but relative to his predecessor, President Lula is a multilateralist. His predecessor, of course, Jair Bolsonaro, formed a pretty close relationship with Donald Trump, and Brazil came closer as a result to the United States. That's not something you want to go back to.
But he bought diesel from Russia right after the outbreak of the war to avoid a strike here. In classic Brazilian way. So what I'm saying, and I completely agree with Wesley, is that, and history teaches us so much there, not leaving the table is key. I think the whole world was relieved when the U.S., after the San Francisco meeting, went back to talking to China so that they would avoid some accidental misunderstanding in the South China Seas. Pandas have been exchanged, and everyone kind of breathed in relief because at least they are engaging. I've seen twice Secretary Kerry and his former counterparty, unfortunately, they both retired, sitting at the table during COPs discussing climate, which kind of touches a lot what I do. So what it is finding where you agree on, meaning not focusing on where you disagree and beginning to build from there. And climate was, at least according to the US officials that we ended up meeting, a good grounding point for the conversation because it's a common disaster. So I think the point that Wesley's trying to make and I'm trying to make is perhaps it's easier from my vantage point of being in a non-aligned country, but we see clearly that you can't leave the table because once you leave the table, all hope's gone to finding the areas where you agree on.
I'm just going to ask you a follow-up question to that point because last night, we both, I think all of us here heard the president of Brazil's National Development Bank, Aloysio Mercadante, talk about the challenges that Brazil faces as an economy unto itself with China pouring subsidies into many of its strategically important industries and state-owned companies, the United States and Europe responding with effectively subsidies of their own and industrial policy. How does Brazil muster the resources, given its fiscal constraints, to compete industrially in a world like that?
Focus. I think we need to, like a company, the money is finite, budgets are finite, country strategies being, I think Mercadante is doing a brilliant job of industrial policy. In fact, Brazil has always done a very good job of industrial policy. These tariffs, which are now popular and okay to enact, back in the day when we were not okay, Brazil had them. This is why we have an industrial park. 25% of our GDP is still industrial. Fortunately, because this is where I hire my people today, I wouldn't be able to build an industry this fast if we hadn't deindustrialized. So how do we muster the resources? By focusing on sectors where we have a real competitive advantage to win externally, to win in what he does, and what I do, meaning you compete with China and you win because you're better, because it is possible in this country. Why? We got clean power, it's cheap. We got labor that's relatively cheaper and extremely well-trained, decades of industrialization. So in those sectors where we go out globally and compete and win, taxpayers not subsidizing inefficiencies, these are the sectors where we need to go all in as a country because you're playing to win.
Wesley, how does Brazil win in a divided world?
Becoming more competitive, and how you become more competitive is like in any private sector. You need, be more efficient. Brazil needs to reduce bureaucracy, the cost to do business in Brazil. We need to look, inside to be more competitive. Brazil needs to reduce complexity, bureaucracy, the cost to do business here. And Brazil is going to be naturally really competitive in a lot of different sectors. What holds us is not anything that is outside, is inside of Brazil. What's hold us to do much better.
Give me an idea of how much. You know the American market, you know the Brazilian market. By how much does Brazil need to reduce the cost of doing business?
A lot. I will tell you what, I'm going to share experience with you. I moved to US back in 2007. I thought that I knew, the word of this cost of Brazil. The cost to do business in Brazil is too high. I thought that I knew this exactly. When I moved, I spent, 4 years there running the business in a daily basis. And after a few years that I was there, I said, now I know exactly what means the cost to do business in Brazil comparing to the cost to do business in US. So we have 70,000 team members in the US. We don't have one labor claim. We don't have one labor claim. 70,000 team members. More than 60 plants producing products. Where you have plants, you have, environmental issues or social issues. you don't have any problem. I do analogy that in US is like you sit in a canoe, I don't know how to say canoe in English. You sit in a boat and you go in favor to the river. Here, you turn the boat and you're
rowing upstream.
Go, you know, to the other side. This kind of thing, our legal department in US, we have 10 people. Our legal department here in Brazil, 200 people. So this kind of thing is that Brazil needs to fix to be more competitive. And it's inside here. And I'll tell you what, Brazil is doing a good job in big structural reforms. You know, we are going through now the fiscal, the tax reform. This is gonna help a lot. But we have a lot of small and minor reforms that we need to fix to improve, you know, how to do business here.
This is where we're going to end. I'm afraid we've run out of time, John. One of my jobs is to read the room and to read the faces of our panelists. And when I was asking you the question about whether America would recover its diplomatic leverage and gain those policy signals you want to see if Trump were to be elected, I could see a question forming on Anna's face, on Wesley's face, on the faces of the people in the room, and that is this. Who are you going to vote for?
I'm not going to get political here. It's a private choice for me. And let's just say I voted for Republicans and I voted for Democrats. And what is most...
For both.
I voted for both in my life. And I've worked for both.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to say our country works best when we have a combination of both. When we actually have a divided government, when you have a Republican or Democratic executive and then the balance in Congress. But let me just say in response to this real fast, this discussion of industrial policy is a temporary phenomenon. It's agreed to by Republicans and Democrats as one of the few things they agree on in the United States. And as we go, so goes a lot of other countries. But the normal operating rhythm of the world is not closing doors. It's not industrial policy. And you can only do this for so long before you got to break open and engage with the rest of the world. Because no market is big enough to carry you into the future without engaging with the rest of the world. So this is a goofy moment. And it's a temporary moment. And we're going to break out of it at some point. That's why we can't lose sight of the big picture. But in the meantime, Brazil is an enormously powerful country during a moment when national security is the lens through which people see trade. And so long as it's that way, new supply chains are going to be built. And right here in the Western Hemisphere, you can imagine Brazil stepping up and building some of those supply chains that serve to support componentry in a number of areas up and down the markets of the Western Hemisphere. And I would go long in Brazil if I were an odds bettor.
We agree.
I think its future is very, very bright in that regard.
Yeah. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you agree that was a terrific conversation. Please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're doing this fully digital, so we think this is the future of financial services. You remove the branches, you save all of those costs, you give them back to consumers.
Please welcome to the stage Davi Vélez, founder and CEO, Nubank, and Eric Schatzker, editorial director, Bloomberg New Economy.
Yeah, I told you you'd see more of me this morning. This is David Vélez. David, it's great to have you here.
Thank you, Eric, for the invite.
Your company, Nubank. Everybody knows Nubank in Brazil. But for those who aren't familiar with it, I need to tell you a little bit about this company. It's the largest fintech in Latin America with a market capitalization of $70 billion, bigger than the biggest traditional banks in this region, not far behind Mercado Libre, the e-commerce and payments giant, and also not far behind Petrobras, right, the traditional energy giant. Your stock has had a remarkable run. It's up 75% since the beginning of 2024, and it's up some 250% in the past 2 years. Will 2025 be the year that Nubank becomes the most valuable company in Latin America?
Well, if there's something you know about Brazil and Latin America is that you never know, right? There is so much volatility. We went public end of 21, and the timing was incredibly accurate because 2 weeks after 2022 came in and stock went down 60, 70% with everybody else. And so it's hard to control. I think everything that we can control inside is our execution. We've been extremely focused since the beginning of the company in 2014. It's a very, very big market opportunity. This reinvention of financial services in Latin America. Brazil is one of the largest financial services markets in the world. And the business has been executing extremely well. So who knows what that means for price?
Well, but you're getting at my follow-up question, which is, what could change your company's trajectory?
So, I mean, I think that we've continued to grow about 70-80% a year in terms of revenue. So revenue growth is significant. We have, in our core market, Brazil, we already have close to 60% of the Brazilian population as a customer. So maybe 6 out of 10 are customers of us, and the other 4 we should talk after, see what's happening. But we only have about 14% market share in credit card, 7% market share in personal loans, 2% market share in investments and savings. So there's a huge amount of growth still within the 60% of customers that we have in Brazil. And a lot of our growth is going to continue gaining share every month across every single one of those verticals. We began Mexico about 4 or 5 years ago, and we're now about the 5th largest credit issuer in the market. And it's early days. Mexico has 12% credit card penetration. So I don't think we necessarily need a huge trajectory change. It's more about executing this plan where a lot of the market cap and a lot of the services of banked customers are moving away from incumbent banks into digital banks.
And I want to know more about that, because 60% of the Brazilian population means, I think it's what, 105 million clients here?
That's right.
It is an amazing number for such a young company, but to your point, you have a smaller percentage of the national wallet share. People with Nubank accounts do often a lot of the rest of their banking at the traditional banks, some of which are here, by the way. Itau is here, Bradesco is here. How do you change that? How does Nubank capture more of the wallet share so that it's not just a purple credit card that you pull out of your wallet, to show people how cool you are, that it's actually where you get the lion's share of people's business?
Yeah, what's amazing is for over 60% of our customers that have been with us for over 12 months, we're already the primary bank account. So if you think we have 100 million customers in Brazil and we're the majority primary bank account for those, Nubank is already the largest primary bank account in the country, bigger than incumbent banks. That's something you haven't seen really in any market around the world, where fintechs are able to build wallets, but making that transition from wallets to primary bank account is extremely hard. We've been able to already accomplish that for the mass market. We haven't been able to accomplish that for the high income. That's a much harder challenge. It's a much more competitive segment. That's where incumbent banks do have branches, have private bankers, have a lot of service. We don't have that. I don't think we necessarily will get there, or we need to. So there is another sort of next level challenge of figuring out how to do that in the app market. And that's through a combination of more investment products. There is a lot that we need to do in the investments product to create already a very good investment proposition. We have to continue increasing the type of products that we have. We launched about 12 months ago what is called in Brazil consignado, which is a payroll loan backed for government employees. That's the largest profit pool in the country, over 600 billion reais. It's effectively lending backed by the government. We just launched that, and a lot of Brazilian public employees are high income, so that's a way to get high income. Small businesses, we're already the largest, about 4 million small businesses. We're banking with them. So we're already one of the largest providers of services to small business. And a lot of those small businesses are high income. So anyway, it's a much more competitive space to be primary bank account in the high income. I think we're laying out the ground. It's going to be a multi-year challenge, but there are some differentiators to get us there.
You mentioned some of this just now. In addition to taking deposits, of course, Nubank offers loans, investments, insurance, credit cards. What am I missing?
We offer what we're creating called a marketplace, which is now going beyond financial services. Now you can buy e-commerce in our app. You can reserve a hotel room. You can buy an air ticket. And this is the beginning into launching more verticals outside financial services for the 100 million Brazilians that we have.
What other verticals make sense?
I mean, really, I think what we're trying to, the way we think about it is, if there is any consumer company or any consumer startup in Brazil that needs to acquire customers, we can help. Because we're bringing 100 million people to their front door, number one. Second, we know how to underwrite and provide credit to 100 million people. So if you know something about Brazil, if you can provide credit, you can increase sales. Mm-hmm. We'll go with Booking, or we can go with any type of provider and offering credit to sell more. And then we can integrate directly with them and save a lot of payment costs. So the sky's the limit, really, in terms of verticals. As long as customers need to consume any type of product across different industries, we can be a gateway into that vertical.
Two things you just said bring to mind a question. The portal that you just described a few minutes ago about bringing people together where they can, get hotel rooms and book flights and that kind of thing, and also the importance of being able to acquire customers. It's important, we're here in Brazil, there is some speculation in the local market that you're interested in buying a telecom operator. Is there any validity to that speculation?
No, we're not buying telecom operators, but the telecom space is an interesting space.
Oh, tell me more.
It is an interesting space because, I mean, when you look at what are the big verticals in consumer Brazil.
Telecom is certainly one of them, right?
It's financial services, telecom, healthcare, commerce, education. Those 5 sectors basically run the entire Brazilian economy. And so if you're a healthcare startup trying to acquire customers and paying $100 CAC to Google or Facebook, or you are a telecom company spending $100 to acquire a customer, or you are an education company, there is a potential and opportunity for us to help to be more of a platform that goes beyond just banking products.
Synergy. Now, would that be, just to understand this a little bit better, is it both sides? You're talking about some kind of a partnership, some kind of an alliance, I assume. Is this one where Nubank needs, or it's actually the other side needs Nubank? Or you both need each other equally?
No, I think it's an opportunity to really collaborate. We look at what are the biggest profit pools in the market, or what are the most profitable companies in Brazil today? Surprisingly, it's actually Google and Facebook. That's where when you look at any consumer service, a lot of the value created in that chain is captured by the advertising networks. And so the job of acquiring customers is a very expensive job to be done. And if you get to a level where you have over 60% of the population in a country, where you have the highest net promoter score, you have one of the most valuable brands in the country, we have a lot of trust, and you have a lot of data, then you can use all of those elements to acquire customers on behalf of somebody. And what do we get in return? We are able to bring products and services to our customers, creating a virtuous flywheel, and continuously improve the value proposition that we're giving somebody within our ecosystem.
So what might this end up looking like?
Well, I mean, we're already there. We already have that marketplace. It's still early. It's still a small percentage of our consumer base buying in there. But hopefully that means 5-6 years from now, a significant diversification away from financial services, more fee revenue, better value proposition, and us being able to work with a number of different partners across the economy.
Now that Nubank has built as big a business as it has in Brazil, is Mexico the biggest fintech opportunity for your company in Latin America?
Yeah, I think it is. So, Mexico's just passed Brazil from a GDP perspective. So actually is the largest economy in Latin America. It's a higher income per capita than Brazil, about 30% higher income per capita. So it's a wealthier economy. But you see 12% credit card penetration. Brazil has 60% credit card penetration. So 88% of the Mexican country is outside, it doesn't get access to credit. You've had about 15 million Mexicans with access to a credit card for about 20 years. That number hasn't changed, which is absolutely insane. You have about 70% of the country unbanked, still putting money under the mattress and saving under the mattress. When you compare Mexico to Brazil, an economy that has completely digitalized over the past 10 years, you see infrastructure like PICs that digitalize the economy. And you compare to Mexico, it feels like Mexico is still 50 years behind. So it is a really interesting opportunity because on one end, you have a very large market, but on the other end, you still should see 5-10 years of increasing digitalization, which will drive demand for products like ours.
I'm also curious about Argentina. As I understand things, there was a point in the past when you looked at Argentina, but decided no. Politics were obviously pretty chaotic for quite a long time in Argentina, and the economy was incredibly unstable. Has President Milei done enough to make you take another look at Argentina?
Yes. I mean, we're taking a look at Argentina. I mean, I think it's impossible to ignore what he's doing and the flip turnaround of Argentina is doing. I think it's still early to be able to make a decision yet because we'll see. You probably need to figure out what's happening over the next 12, 24 months. But I think the speed at which the situation in Argentina is changing has impressed absolutely everybody. And it is one of the largest GDP economies in Latin America. It has one of the highest human capital levels in Latin America, some of the best universities, phenomenal people, engineers, and it's an economy that also doesn't really have credit. When you look at Argentinian banks, how do they make money? They're still making money, effectively grabbing money from consumers at zero and buying government bonds. There is no credit market. There is no consumer credit. So it is, in a well-performing economy, you would imagine that entire market needs to exist at some point. And so we're definitely curious to see what's going to happen there.
He's the change agent that Argentina needed.
We really hope so, yeah. I mean, I think everybody in Latin America is rooting for him to be successful.
What about the United States? I ask this question because, as you know all too well, there are still millions of unbanked and underbanked people in the United States. And financial services on a relative basis, certainly relative to what it costs to bank with Nubank, are expensive. And there is no fintech doing in the US everything you're doing here, and certainly nowhere close to Nubank's scale. Would you ever expand into America?
Well, I should have said something differently before. The largest GDP Latin country in the world is the US. It's actually not really Mexico. You have the GDP of the 60 million Hispanics is bigger than Mexico and Brazil. So, and it's an underserved population. So from outside, from distance, it could be an interesting opportunity. Now, you know this better than I do, the amount of regulation that exists in financial services in the US. It's amazing to have seen Brazil leapfrog completely the US over the past 10 years in terms of digital. You're probably still using cash and checks. This thing, a paper where you write, you're probably using that in the US. You don't see that.
Unfortunately, I've been able to get away from the checkbook.
Okay, good for you. Well, you don't see that in a country like Brazil anymore. So maybe there is an opportunity. I mean, it's half of the world's financial services. But it is daunting to see from the distance the amount of regulation. And when you look at the situation that no fintech in the US has really been able to capture a lot of the market, you could think about that from two perspectives. One, maybe you think it's actually impossible. There is so much regulatory capture by the big banks that there is no shot that fintechs can come in. Maybe the other side of the argument is nobody really has figured out what the right strategy is. So we toy around with the question, but it's something that we are not really ready yet to do.
I'm going to turn the point that you made about regulation on its ear and ask you about regulation here. Not every fintech in Brazil is running a sustainable business. Some of those fintechs are going to misjudge or misprice credit risk and blow up as a result. And some might be doing inappropriate things with client data. Could bad behavior by your peers trigger a regulatory crackdown in Brazil?
I mean, there's been bad behavior, but much less than you would have expected for an industry that has developed so much over the past 10 years, right? I mean, I think in 2019 there were something like 45 digital banks in Brazil, and there's been a huge amount of competition, and there's been very few cases. So I would say net, the trend towards more competition that the central bank in Brazil has done has really paid off for society, has been an incredibly successful bet by the regulators. Now, in terms of regulatory crackdown, I don't think there is, because it's already very regulated. We are incredibly regulated. I think this is something that people sometimes don't realize, or we hear things like, well, you benefited from regulatory arbitrage, or it took us 4 years to get a banking license in Brazil. It's one of the only countries in the world where the constitution of the country says foreigners cannot invest in banks. Because we had foreigners investors, we had to go to the president of Brazil to get a presidential decree exception to get a license. The paper was on the desk of the president, Temer, for 6 months, and everything we had to figure out is like, who was going to put it in front of him so he could sign it. And then we had all the Basel regulation, we have capital controls, we have all the regulation that you can imagine. So there is not a space more to regulate more, really. We are as regulated as the biggest incumbent banks. And so while there might be actors in the system that might take advantage, there is not really space to be more regulated than we already are.
As a $70 billion company, you get a lot of scrutiny. It comes with being big and successful. Analysts have been scrutinizing your NPLs, the non-performing loans, the credits that might not be repaid. Should they be scrutinizing those things?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we are now one of the largest issuers of credit cards in the market. We're growing extremely fast on the credit side. It is the place where I would, if I were an investor of Nubank, that I would be scrutinizing with a lot of detail. The flip side of that, though, is we've built what I think is one of the most sophisticated credit infrastructure in the world. There was an opportunity we had in 2013 when we look at a market that was not differentiating really risk. We had the opportunity to go and grab some of the best talent in the world out of Capital One in the US and mix it with the best talent in Brazil. Built credit infrastructure from scratch on the cloud using a huge amount of data. And different from a lot of the US fintech peers, we've seen about 6 different crises in 10 years. The macro we've seen as a startup has been the worst nightmare macro of any entrepreneur. We've seen an 8% GDP contraction in 10 years. We saw a presidential impeachment. We saw corruption scandals. We've saw huge amount. I remember US investors asking us during post-COVID, what is going to happen with you when there is high interest rates and high inflation? And my answer was like, we see that every 2 years. Like US fintechs don't see that. Inflation is like this phenomenon they haven't seen. For Brazilian entrepreneurs, inflation is there every day, and the ups and downs is there. So we've grown a lot, but we've battle tested a lot of our credit infrastructure in really adverse conditions. And we've been able to show investors that we know what we're doing on the credit side.
One last thing. Give us a glimpse of the future. Technology has been the great enabler for what Nubank is able to offer today. What's going to be possible thanks to technological innovation that isn't possible today?
Yeah, so a couple of things. On one end, you could think about banking development in certain phases. Our competitors today in Brazil or Mexico, they have about 100 million customers with 100,000 employees. We have 100 million customers with 6,000 employees. So there you already get a 20x improvement through technology. But when we compare ourselves to some of the DeFi crypto platforms, they have 100 million customers with 30 employees. So there is another 100x gain in terms of operational efficiency. And that also means passing that efficiency to the end customer via lower fees and lower interest rates. So there's huge amount of efficiency gain going forward in using more systems, smart contracts, crypto, AI on efficiency side. That's one side of the coin. The other one is we think smartphones started to solve one part of financial services, which was access. Smartphones put a bank in every single person's pocket. but people still don't really know how to use the bank, right? Even if you have a bank in your pocket, you don't know how to invest your money. You don't know what's the best tax-efficient fund to invest your life savings. You don't necessarily have negotiating leverage or knowledge to make different banks compete for the lowest interest rates. We think AI will put a banker and a bank in everybody's pocket, and so that will be the next phase of inclusion. That will be actually financial advice for every single person. And when you look at the access of that financial advice, it's very unequally distributed today. The top 1% has access to the best products. The bottom of the pyramid has effectively no access. So we are excited to see the improvement in advice as well as the operating efficiency playing out over the next 10 years.
David, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking David Vélez.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Ambassador Patricia Espinosa, founding partner and CEO, 1.5, Mark Ganzi, CEO, Digital Bridge Group, Ricardo Mussa, CEO, Raizen, Jim Park, Head of Commercial Vehicle and Hydrogen Business Development, Hyundai Motor North America, and Giuliana Bersetti, Anchor, Bloomberg Television.
Hi, everyone. So the title of our panel is The Investment Case for Low-Carbon Renewables. And the title of this year's Bloomberg New Economy is The New Reality. One of the most pressing issues of our day, of our time, is how to deal with the effects of climate change. And there has been a lot of progress in that respect. At COP28 in Dubai, a consensus was reached to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030. And again, while there has been progress, to quote Eric Schatzer from earlier, success requires investment across borders and industries. So it's not just about mobilizing capital, but mobilizing capital to the right places. So we're going to discuss all of this and more with our panelists. Without much further ado, let's get started. Ambassador, I would like to start with you. You served as Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change for 6 years, from 2016 to 2022. So instrumental in establishing some of these climate change goals. How are we doing?
Well, I would say, first of all, it's very important, and thank you for bringing up the Framework Convention and what the UN does in this field. I think it's important to remember that we do have a universal agreement based on science, by the way, on where we need to go, what it is that we need to do in order to preserve life in the planet, and therefore how to address what I qualify as the biggest threat to humanity, the biggest existential threat to humanity. So we have made progress, definitely. If we think about 20 years back, or even 30 years when the convention was adopted, we have gone a long way. But now, the big challenge is that we need to scale up and expand as much as possible action everywhere in the world. And as we have been hearing also from the panels and also from last night, from the very fantastic framing that Mike Bloomberg did this morning, there are very good news. It is very clear that the transition towards a low-carbon economy can be done. We are still not there in order to reach the 1.5-degree goal, which is what science is telling us is needed. So we need to scale up and speed up. And what does that mean? We need to provide the possibility for technologies to be deployed everywhere in the world, in all the regions of the world, especially in the Global South. And we need to have everyone busy doing their transition plans with clear strategies, with clear frameworks on policy, with clear sources of financing, and to have a very clear route on how we will achieve to the goals that we need to get.
Yeah, and intrinsic to that, obviously, is the investment that goes along with it, which renders itself nicely to my question to Mark. I didn't realize until I came here, I'm sure everyone here in the room was familiar with this, but that 93% of the electricity generated in Brazil is generated from renewable energy, which is a remarkable statistic and perhaps maybe a template or an objective pipe dream for many countries around the world. But from an investment standpoint, how does that create opportunities that you would not find in other parts of the world? I know that you have been heavily investing into data centers in Brazil.
Well, first of all, thank you, and Ambassador, thank you for your work at the UN. We signed the PRI at Digital Bridge, so our 86 billion of assets are committed to the 2030 initiative, and it will be hard. What's interesting is Brazil's really a beacon for us. The reason we've invested here in Brazil is because we found that Brazil was a place that we learned a lot about how to bring renewable power to data centers that are powering AI in the cloud. We've got 8 billion of assets here in the ground in Brazil, and we're proud to say that 100% of our data center capacity is provided by hydropower. And so we really found that Brazil was on the front foot, not on the back foot on this issue. We're now taking that same model that we've deployed here in Brazil, and we're deploying it in Quebec. We're deploying it in parts of the Nordics and Europe. And we really think there is a logical plan to start moving the AI economy, which is really the infrastructure that powers the cloud and powers generative AI, that you can take that roadmap, you can create that generation, whether it's hydro, solar, wind, or other alternative sources of energy. And the key to this really isn't about whether we can generate enough power, renewable power. The planet is generating enough renewable power. The real problem is connectivity. And how do you solve the transmission issues that exist in Europe and the United States? And here in Brazil, we lease the infrastructure, we lease the transmission infrastructure, we bring it to our own microgrid in Tambor. We have 800 megawatts of power, we have our own backup batteries, and we tie into the São Paulo grid. And so during the day, we're selling power into the grid because we have more power than we need, and then at nighttime, we're taking some of that power back. This notion of solving renewable power, at least to the digital economy, is not that hard if we solve the transmission issues. And certainly, some of the work we're doing in Korea with Samsung on batteries is really important. We've got to get better at fuel cell technology. We've got to evolve battery storage. There is a battle plan to get there. It'll take time. It'll take capital, a lot of capital. And it also requires just thinking differently as an investor. We're a global general partner. We manage for 300 of the biggest sovereign wealth funds, insurances, and pension funds. And it's interesting, 10 years ago, those investors did not want to talk about net zero. And neither did our customers. But now Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Verizon, AT&T, Deutsche Telekom, they care about this. This isn't a nice to have. I would tell you it's table stakes. And I think it's the same for big investors like GIC or ADIA or Allianz or California's state pension fund system. They want to know that we're making an effort to reverse the course of where the planet is headed.
Musa, that also, it's almost as though we've spoke about this before, but a nice segue into the question that I wanted to put to Musa, which is about the integration and the transmission of these renewable energy sources. Obviously, Brazil is very rich natural resources-wise, wind, solar, hydro, but you're very involved in biofuels. Just talk us through the potential there, and then also what scope you see for the integration of all of these different sources of renewable energy.
No, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the call. It's, we are very large on ethanol production from sugarcane. And of course, this is a reality in Brazil for many, many years. We're talking about going reduction of emissions. Brazil has doing a great job on the fleet. More than 96% of our fleet are flex fuel cars that can use ethanol. We have ethanol all over the country. But the biggest difference now that we're seeing is that energy in Brazil, especially electricity, is becoming cheaper with solar and wind. The hydroelectrical plants are here for a long, long time, but what's new is that we have more and more solar and wind availability. What's the connection with biofuels? Today, if you think about biofuels and biomass, I like to see it as a renewable battery, because the energy density that you have in ethanol, for instance, it's very much better than a battery. If you compare, a Tesla car has 600 kilos of battery 27 kilos of ethanol has the same energy of the 600 kilos of oil. So ethanol is a great way to transport energy from place to place. So how can we integrate the extra availability of energy in Brazil, especially solar and wind, with biofuels to export electricity from Brazil, renewable energy to the rest of the globe? Today, 80% of my biomass that I use, we're a very large agricultural company, we use to run our own facility. So we are burning biomass to run the mill, to produce sugar and ethanol. But that's not an efficient way. So we are using the battery not in the right way. So if we electrify our system, if we electrify the sugar mills in Brazil, we are going to release a lot of biomass that can be converted into fuel, into second generation ethanol, and be exported. So we have to think about the potential of Brazil to export solar and wind electricity through the biomass, because we are going to use the system is already in place. The vessels are there, the tanks are there, so Brazil can make a good hub of exporting electricity in a liquid format. And the way to do that is to electrify part of the system in Brazil, use the spare capacity that Brazil will have in solar, wind, and hydroelectric plants, and use the biomass as the vehicle to bring energy to our other countries. So that's a very clever way. It does not require huge investments. We have to wait about hydrogen in 20 years' time. It's something that is being doing right now. And so when you talk about energy transition, makes a lot of sense without subsidies in the end of the day. So that's what we're doing right now, is really take advantage of the availability of biomass, take advantage of the availability of renewable energy in Brazil, and create a system that you can export that into in developed countries or countries that they...
Well, I was going to say, what if you're a country that is not blessed with the natural resources that Brazil is blessed with? What is the template there?
I think the template, each country has its, I think the competitive advantage of Brazil, we have a lot of sun, solar, land and water. So I think that's why on the B20 group that I run is how to think about this global system and how each country will have a different role. So I think the template of Brazil can be replicated in tropical countries. We can go to India, to South Africa, to Australia, to Thailand, many places that we are talking to them and exporting. So today we're exporting not only green energy, also exporting technology to do all that. So it's a good moment for Brazil on this end.
Mm. Well, from biofuels to hydrogen, Jim, you said to me, Hyundai is not just a mobility company, but it's a company that also wants to offer solutions. You're very involved in hydrogen business development. The Hyundai CEO is co-chair of the Hydrogen Council. So just talk us through the potential you see for hydrogen at this point.
Well, thank you. Delighted to be here, honored to be here among esteemed colleagues. And thank you for that starter. So for Hyundai, hydrogen has been a core pillar of one of our visions and strategy when it comes to sustainability. I heard many great comments here. I just wanted to add, when it comes to the hydrogen economy, if you look at the issues in terms of climate action, sustainability, geopolitical stability, public health, and a legacy that we have to fulfill for future generations. As a car company, as a mobility player, we also want to be an energy player. And that's very important. And it's an end-to-end solution when it comes to hydrogen, because it is we find to be an elegant solution. Because as we pointed out in these conversations, hydrogen is a fairest form of energy. It can be democratized. It's an abundant element. You just asked a question about Brazil having abundant resources, natural resources, but what about disadvantaged countries? Hydrogen can fulfill that solution. But furthermore, with your question about our vision, we have wide end-to-end solutions, production of the molecule, the way we handle and storage it, and actually dispense it and utilize it. So it can be in the form of vehicles, it can be light passenger, heavy-duty commercial vehicles, it can be airplanes, all the way through the full chain of power generation, and also using hydrogen to decarbonize steel facilities, so green steel.
I mean, still, though, in many respects, relatively nascent technology. And I looked at some of the numbers showing that investment has increased 7-8-fold over the last 4 years. So there is a lot of money being put into the hydrogen industry. At what point do you expect it to become a transition fuel of scale?
Well, it takes credible companies, players. It takes joint effort with public partnership with governments. I think we're gaining critical mass. Hydrogen has been around for many decades. We've been developing hydrogen technology, but what is going to be very important is finding creative and innovative solutions. So in the production of hydrogen, for example, there's waste to energy. We patented a process of plastic to energy. You mentioned right now in Brazil with a great energy resource with ethanol, so ethanol to hydrogen. So again, it's very diverse, flexible. It is an element that we think is going to be an elegant solution.
Ambassador, just to go back to you on the investments front, earlier on with some of the scene setters by Mike Bloomberg and Eric, they were talking about the importance of mobilizing capital from the global north to the global south to reduce some of the differences that exist in terms of trajectories of those two blocks. How does that get factored into how you think about what developing countries need to do and the financing that is required in order to achieve these climate goals that are set by the UN framework?
Well, I think that it's very important that we see the issue of support to developing countries, to the global south in general, in order to accelerate the transition, if they haven't started yet, as a global, a common responsibility. Why? Because it is very important to understand that whatever efforts are done in the north, whatever very successful plans can be put in place, can be implemented, if we don't do enough in the south, which is where population will be growing in the next decades, and therefore emissions will be growing, those gains that we will have achieved in the north will be lost. So it's a common responsibility. It's a common objective. The second point I would make is it's also very important to understand that we are looking at a scenario where we need to put a value to the risks according to the scenarios that we will be confronting. So it's not that we are saying, okay, from today's world, then we need to invest so much. In that investment, we should be factoring in also all the losses that we will be experiencing if we don't do anything about climate change. And this is economic and of course, losses of lives and livelihoods, etc. I think that the most important obstacle for financing towards the global south is the failure to see this transition as an opportunity, that we are not yet there, even if there are so many good examples of how much of an opportunity this is, how many new industries, new areas of work, new jobs can be created. We still don't see that this is being acknowledged everywhere. Here, of course, in the panel, we have a fantastic group of high-level personalities that understand that and are representing groups and companies that know that. But we are not there yet. And therefore, I do think these kind of fora that Bloomberg is doing are very important because it helps us spread the word. And it helps us also present the opportunities. Yeah. We need to get to economies of scale. And the only way that we will do that is with a massive deployment of these technologies everywhere. Yeah. And we know it can be done. We know that prices can be driven down. And so now we need to work in real partnership with all those countries that need the support to bring the plans off the ground.
Well, you talk about the investment opportunity from an investor standpoint. You're evaluating expected value of your returns, but at the same time versus the risk premium. And investing in the global south does come along with risks. Sometimes the cost of financing is prohibitive. How do you think about overcoming some of the obstacles that are involved in thinking about investing in developing economies? And what also, just to add to that, do you think the government role should be in helping to attract some of those investments?
Well, it's interesting. I was sitting with two of our CEOs at breakfast this morning that run two of our companies here in Brazil. That was the first topic at breakfast this morning was BNDES. And so, as most of you know, here in Brazil, they have a fantastic lending institution that really focuses on mission-critical infrastructure. So we borrow money from BNDES. The only criticism I would have, and I think, again, Brazil's quite progressive here, most countries in the South should have this style of financing. And in fact, we have a U.S. entity that invests in infrastructure down here in the South as well. What stops global investors from coming into markets like Brazil and other undeveloped countries is volatility of currency, liquidity, and availability of getting debt financing on these projects, because the projects are so much bigger than they used to be from an infrastructure perspective. It used to be we'd come down and we'd invest $50 to $100 million. If you want to go build a data center for AI for any of the major hyperscalers here in Brazil, you're committing $500 million to $2 billion. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's a significant investment. And so we're getting a long-term lease, and the obligor on the other side is Amazon or Microsoft or some of our customers, which is great, but you're still subject to financing that asset here in Brazil. And so the only thing we'd say, this is more Brazil-oriented and more BNDES financing, is make it easier. Create the right incentives in place. And I've been investing in Brazil for 25 years, so I've been here a long time. BNDES financing used to take 2 years. Now it takes 9 months. It should take 3 months. So getting liquidity into infrastructure investors' hands so they can reinvest back in these countries is super important. I think the other thing that's an investment opportunity is renewable power adjacent to digital. This is something that we're working on. There's going to be $13 trillion spent on AI infrastructure in the next 10 years. 13 trillion. From the data centers to the fiber to the GPUs, it's one of the biggest investable thematics out there today. What's interesting about it is if we choose to go 100% renewable to these data centers, which is what we're doing, add another 50 cents on every dollar we spend to build that associated infrastructure, whether it's transmission, microgrids, the batteries, the solar. We love solar for data centers. For us, it's the most reliable renewable source. And so we're building more solar than ever adjacent to our infrastructure. We never used to think that way 10 years ago. And again, I think it's critical because it's not just us that's saying it, it's our customers that are saying it, and we've made that commitment to our investors that we're going to do it. So there's about $6.5 trillion of investable opportunity in renewable power to just the AI economy alone, $6.5 trillion. That's not just in the US. Remember, most of the AI workloads, 65% of those workloads will sit in the United States, in North America. Today, 80%, 85% of those workloads sit in the US. The big growing areas, Africa, here in South America and Southeast Asia. Those are the three biggest investable areas for us as we follow our customers and we go build that critical infrastructure. So the TAM is huge. The opportunity is massive if you want to take that step, but to do these things requires a massive bet, requires a lot of capital.
But Musa, I'd love to hear the industry perspective and whether you think these tax credits and incentives provided by the government are actually directing capital towards the areas that need it the most.
It's a great question. I think there is a lot of distortion right now. You see the incentives, and of course, the geopolitics. If you look at a great example, not a great example, I think it's not a great example, but if you look at IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, is in some areas are creating distortions. So we have an example that we benefit as a company because we have our ethanol in Brazil. We produce the ethanol, we put in a vessel that goes all the way to US, go in the middle of the US, and we convert that ethanol into sustainable aviation fuel, and that ethanol goes to Europe. That sustainable aviation fuel goes to Europe. And why is that? Why this traveling ethanol all over the place? It's happening because there is the incentive to produce locally in US. If we could, for every liter of sustainable aviation fuel, you need 1.7 liter of ethanol. So the best place to produce would be on the origin in Brazil, instead of going that to other places. But so these schemes or these subsidies sometimes can create distortions that will not drive the right decision of the investments in the end of the day. So I think that's, you talk about BNDES. BNDES is doing a great job right now. Amazing how they are progressing, trying to attract the investments that you set to the right place, where it's going to make the most of the difference on the short period of time. So I think we have to be careful, because those geopolitics are driving investments, maybe not on the right place, and these will take longer for us to drive the climate change mission. So the carbon market is a way to address that and make sure that we make the investments on the right place. So I'm a little bit concerned with the Green Deal in US and IRA, especially developing countries like Brazil. We don't have enough money to compete with those subsidies. So I think this is something for us to think about. I think we are, of course, with the help of the BNDES, trying to overcome a lot of that. But this is something that is not, I think, for the globe is not the best decision. But the resilience of Brazil, the competitiveness, it's here. So even with not much help, we are doing a good job, I think.
It seems like you believe in efficient markets, but will the money still flow in the absence of tax credits and incentives?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think I think if we have to show investors, and I love to hear that we've been here for many years. It's sometimes when I'm going, even in the IPO of our business, talking to investors, I didn't have a problem to explain my business plan. It was all in talk about Brazil was the issue, was to overcome the Brazil. I had to spend 10 minutes of my conversation initially to say that we are far away from the Amazon, a lot of misinformation about what we're doing. So I think it's also up to us on the private sector to explain better what we are. Brazil is a great country, we have a rule of law, great institutions, but I still think there is a barrier when you talk about Brazil and attracting those investments to do the right decision.
Well, Jim, when we talk about investment, you have to talk about investment across all parts of the value chain, from production to utilization. And I was reading in the hydrogen business, a lot of investment is being directed towards the production part of the value chain, but perhaps less so into storage, into transportation, and ultimately into utilization as well. So how do you think about overcoming some of those challenges when you think about all parts of the value chain?
Thank you. Very good question. So creating a hydrogen economy takes a lot of effort and participation. As the ambassador said, companies need to be committed. And to spur and catalyze that commitment and growth, government subsidies is also a great catalyst. You had mentioned something about high growth investments. I would say renewables probably don't fit in that category in terms of risk premium and so forth. The AI definitely is the high growth. But one thing I can assure you, renewables, including hydrogen, is a safe bet. And there's a lot of money on the sidelines right now that's waiting to jump in, but they're looking for, again, credible examples. So what we're doing as a company, and the reason why we are not only a mobility player, but we want to be an energy player, is because we have to show the whole value chain. So how you produce economically, building to scale, innovatively, how you transport and store it, and what type of applications. You have to look at the whole spectrum. So Hyundai as a company, and it's a blessing because we have vast resources within our various company-wide affiliates vertically. We have a steel making unit, we have a logistics company, we have many applications from power generation. So right now, it's about electrification. Battery electrics serve a great purpose. Hydrogen will serve even a greater purpose that not all battery can meet, but it's about electrification. And as you mentioned, David, with the strain on the energy grid, and I commend Brazil for having 90% renewables in your system. In the US, probably 30% at best. To make this jump into renewables requires a significant investment and jump, and that has to be spurred by the investment community working with governments. I hope that helps.
Well, final question to you, which is probably the most difficult question of the panel. You just happen to be the last person speaking. With this increasingly push towards electrification, electricity demand is increasing. Do you think we'll ever get to a point where the demand will be satiated by purely low-carbon, renewable forms of energy?
Well, when it comes to electrification, obviously in the auto industry, EVs are heavy merged. There perhaps could be some hiccups because of regional or public policies and IRAs, as you mentioned. But I feel for our company, and many companies should adopt this view, is a North Star when it comes to electrification. And we have to cope and be challenged with how to navigate around a lot of these uncertainties by governments and so forth. But if you stick to your North Star, you'll find a way. So we've doubled down when it came to electrification. And that's why we continue to not only invest in battery technology, but we have to look at the next step and pivot towards better, elegant solutions, such as hydrogen.
Great. Well, that's a wonderful place to leave it. Thank you all so much, and thank you, panelists, for the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Arminio Fraga, founder, Gavi Investimentos, and former president, Central Bank of Brazil, Stefan Simon, CEO of Americas and member of the management board, Deutsche Bank, and JP Spinetto, opinion columnist, Bloomberg.
Yeah. So I want to help you find some solutions powering your massive systems and data centers.
Thanks, everybody. I'm going to start with a poll, so I make you work a little bit. We're going to have, in this session called The Economics of Neopopulism, a question on, right there on your QR, pull your phones, and answer the question to answer what's populism's most enduring economic legacy? And we have four options. We have protectionist trade barriers, interventionist industrial policies, more restrictions on migration, and bigger fiscal deficits. So I'm going to come back when you have time to answer this question. I also have my answer. But I'm going to start first with you, Arminio. And I think we live in a moment which is slightly contradictory. We have all these topics that we've been talking this morning: trade tariffs, populist fiscal deficits, wars, obviously. But at the same time, if we look at the indicators of the world economy, we're not doing that bad. The IMF just released their World Economic Outlook yesterday. It says that the world economy is going to grow 3.3% next year, 3.1% next year, 3.3% this year. Global trade, despite all the tariffs rhetoric, is going to grow 3% this year and next. How much of this is just political rhetoric, and how much is a structural change of the economic system?
I think you have to be careful not to extrapolate from the past. I think we are going through a very complicated moment. There's all the issues that we see every day, but climate change, a sort of a new Cold War, what's going on in the Middle East, the impact of technology, all the issues around the quality of democracies all over the world. So a lot of debt, the IMF is coming out now yelling, and I think they're right. We're piling up just way too much debt before a moment where so many things could demand strong responses from government. So I'm not comfortable. I do think sometimes we pay too much attention to the rear view mirror. This could be like that moment before a tsunami where the water kind of goes away.
And then it comes back.
And then people relax and they go for a picnic in the sand, and the rest, is not good.
But the issue is that people is not relaxed, right? I mean, everybody is concerned. That's part of the things that we are debating today. Stefan, your view on this?
Well, look, I think in general you see that economic development not directly correlates with political development. You just look at the United States, right? People are saying this country is so divided, politically a lot of tension, and still economy is doing exceptionally well. So I think there's not in general a correlation between political tensions and economic development, but I agree. I think we live in a world where we will see strategic changes over the years, and we can discuss that in a moment a bit more.
So would you say this is a total repudiation of the economic system that has been the structure of the global economy in the last decades?
I think this, we have had trouble. We, people who live in this planet, our governments, we have had a lot of trouble coordinating to do things. Like take trade. Trade is okay, but for years we're waiting another round, and it's not happening. So there are a lot of indicators pointing towards difficulties, including the ones I just mentioned. So I think this is just more of something that we're gonna have to deal with.
So a structural change that we still haven't seen. What's the format?
Well,
we will see like trade barriers, you see a less global world. That's your view?
So I think there's structural change. It's hard for us to see because we are sitting in the middle of it. So it's hard to step back and try to analyze what's going on because we are right in the middle. I would describe it, there are two major developments. One is we, on a geopolitical scene, we now, so to say, realize that we are still in a competition of systems, political and social systems, which for 20, 25 years, was a little bit buried under other priorities that we had. And now, after the pandemic, after the Ukraine war broke out, we, especially in the West, we realize, there is a competition of system. The second that we are seeing is more on the trade side. I think, to simplify it a little bit, we are back to a pre-WTO time. So we dialed back, so it doesn't mean there's no trade, but the mechanics that we are using and the relationship between politics and trade, we are back to more pre-WTO times.
So much less cooperation, much more friction, much more open conflict, all of this.
And utilizing a nation power to impose their own interest in trade and direct investment policies.
Let's see the results of our poll. It's quite competitive, right? And if I see, I think it's more restrictions on immigration is slightly ahead with 35%, 34% bigger fiscal deficits, 24, if I can see correctly, it says protectionist trade tariffs, and just 7% for interventionist industrial policies. I actually tend to agree. I think, the biggest impact of this period will be on immigration. That's my personal view. How is Europe handling it? How is the US handling this?
So, I think it's indeed a major topic that you see across what I would call Western world. It's in North America and the US, but also in Europe. Immigration is a preeminent political topic. I would say to a large extent because for many years we did not pay attention from a policy perspective to these items. And if I just look at Germany, for example, that a large immigration wave started in 2015 and 16, but we did not pay sufficient attention to how to integrate these people into our societies. So we tried to, so to say, look to the side a little bit, and now it's coming back at us. So I think it's a challenge in the way, how do we handle immigration and integrate people in our societies? And the second is that from a pure economic perspective, in the developed world, we need immigration, right? With the birth rates we have.
Fertility rates coming down that quickly.
And these are the tensions that we need to try to master better than we did in the previous years.
Arminio, for Latin America and for Brazil, migration is a slightly different topic, right? Because we send a lot of people, but also we have a lot of internal migration. Brazil, for instance, is receiving a lot of people as well from neighboring countries. What you see should be the policy there? Should we have a more friendly approach, also considering that you're getting older very quickly?
I think there are two different trends. One is just simply Venezuela. It's a major event for the region. And this isn't going to get any better. So we need to deal with that. The other one for us is at the other end of say, the productivity spectrum is outward migration of qualified people, of people with entrepreneurial energy, and we seem to be losing. And this is leading to, I think, the understanding that we also need to attract more qualified, well-trained people while we get our act together on education. But there's nothing here that compares to the tension you see, I think, in Europe and even in the US. I think it's something we can deal with, particularly if we can get our act together on kind of our economic development strategy. We should be able to attract a lot of people.
Top talent.
Capital, all of the above. At the moment, we're investing very little as a nation, 17% of GDP. I think in a way, trying to find a path that has eluded us for over 40 years. We've had very slow growth for 40 years here.
Yeah. I want to remind everybody that if you want to ask a question to Arminio, Stefan, you can use the QR, send us a question, and we try to pose it. You mentioned the competition, right? Where we are in this US-China competition, where should Latin America stay? How is this an opportunity for the region?
Well, obviously, it's not on me to give you advice what to do, but I think it is an inflection point. So I think Latin American countries probably sooner or later, would be my guess, also need to make decisions, so to say, what camp you are leaning more towards to. I don't think you can forever sustain in a policy to be neutral and play all sides. But again, it's not on me to give you advice.
So, Arminio, Brazil has this strategy trying to be nice to everybody or try to stay in the middle. Is that sustainable?
No.
Why?
We've shown over the years some dubious taste in the people we hang out with, people we take pictures with. I think we must have very clearly in our minds that we are a Western country. We're not, it doesn't seem so clear to many people. I do think, however, that we are a natural multilateral trading partner. So historically, these deeper issues have not gotten in the way of us being able to trade. But that's one thing. Another thing is really who we are, what we think about ourselves, what our roots are, and where we want to go.
So you mean on a strategic point of view, Brazil should be looking at the US and the Western Hemisphere, but still trading with China, because the China influence is very real. It's by large the largest trade buyer of Brazil products.
Sure. No, I think I have nothing against trading. I think we should be trading more. The planet should be trading more. I think we're going in the wrong direction. I just think our positions as it relates to democracy, human rights, and so on should be crystal clear, and we should not budge.
Let's tackle the elephant in the room, the US election in less than 2 weeks. Scenarios, please, Stefan.
Well, look, first of all, I think it is very likely that we will see a divided government, which I think is one of the most important observations. So if Trump wins the election, it's still a good likelihood that he will not be able to win the House. Senate, it's likely going to be Republican. And if Ms. Harris wins the White House, it's pretty clear that it will be divided because the Senate is very likely to go to Republicans, which I think is a very important takeaway if it's a divided government, because it will dilute on both scenarios a lot of the policies that they have laid out, and in essence bring into effect the checks and balances that the American system is built on. Beyond that, I think in a Harris administration, we will see to a fair amount a continuation of the Biden policies that we have seen so far, domestically and in foreign policy. Whereas in a Trump administration, I mean, you don't need to be a genius to predict that a lot of what he's now saying he will do, especially on trade and trade barriers. But my understanding is especially to create leverage with certain partners.
To negotiate.
And obviously, well, towards China, but also as Germans, we look at that with anxiety, right? Mm-hmm. Because we have a huge trade surplus with the United States. So the question is, how is that administration handling the German relationship?
Mm-hmm. Arminio, how realistic are these threats of imposing 100%, 200%, 2,000% tariffs, as Trump said, John Mikowitz last week?
I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, he plays this negotiating game in a way that is new to the world. I hope it's just that is a way to achieve some gains for the U.S. But I do think at the end of the day, and we talked about this as a race between systems. That if we are to do well, if the planet is to grow up healthy, peaceful, the US and Europe have to keep demonstrating that our system is better. I have no doubt about that. I look at China now, even though they save and invest north of 40% of GDP, they have their troubles as well. And I think at the end of the day, we just have to stick to our principles. And amongst them, I believe, very highly in the pile is trade, for sure.
Let me ask you about this, because it's interesting. We see all these protectionist and threats from Trump, but Brazil is already a very protectionist country. It's one of the actually most protectionist country. What does it mean for Brazil? It means that it will be even more protectionist, or this is an opportunity that the country could take to lead on the other side, on the other movement of this?
The pressure right now is to go in the wrong direction. We just had recently some tariffs increased, I think, in the steel sector. So the pressure is, and this is not new, but the pressure comes from special interests, and they seem to get their way. So short term, I don't know. Longer term, Brazil probably wasted a lot of time waiting for a big WTO agreement and missed the boat on all the deals that were being cut all over the world. Hopefully we'll learn the lesson and we'll keep moving in the right direction. That's kind of my hope. But short term, my crystal ball is very fuzzy.
But what would be your idea policy if you were in Brasilia now? Would we try to?
I think I would like to see a gradual automatic decrease in protection, unilateral if necessary, yes. But some people may think, oh, you're stupid because, you have some negotiating chips and you should use them. Well, hell, we've been holding these chips forever and they are rotting.
Stefan, how multinationals like Deutsche Bank navigate this world? Because, as I said at the beginning, right, it looks very volatile, but at the same time, there is a great opportunity to do a lot of money.
Yeah, so look, I think it starts with having a clear guidance and North Star. You said we need to make a choice where are our fundamentals, and for us as a German and European institution, we are rooted in German and European culture and political, so to say, foundations. And from there, you build a global network and operate a global network, but always on these foundations. But you also be very open to invest in different markets and jurisdictions and political systems, try to understand them and try to connect the dots, because in essence what we do is follow our clients, right? And if I look at the German economy and their networks in Asia, in China, and all over the world, that is what we follow. And the challenge for us is to navigate these geopolitical and geoeconomic tensions. The way I would describe it, it's in essence having a very good understanding what the risks are, be able to move fast in and out, and in essence have very strong risk capabilities, because in the end, banking is risk management.
Also get your phone very close when you go to sleep. Can imagine,
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
We have a few good questions. And maybe this one for you, Arminio. We are talking about global alignment, but what about alignment among Latin American countries? How is Brazil promoting more cohesiveness in the region?
This has been difficult over the years, particularly if you look at the history of Mercosur. We seem to be out of sync all the time with one another, particularly with Argentina, right?
Yeah.
Argentina, for us, is the key. The countries to the west of the Andes are somehow far from us, not politically, culturally. And then you have Venezuela. This is work in progress. I'm not pessimistic, but I don't expect any breakthroughs in the near term.
Stefan, Arminio mentioned the IMF warnings in terms of debt. You as a German can tell us about fiscal austerity, but why so worrying to have countries like the US, Brazil, France going over these massive fiscal deficits?
Well, in the end, it's about two questions. One is, can you service the debt that you have? And the even more important is, can you generate enough growth, GDP growth, over the years, again and again, to support the debt levels that you have? And that is the anxiety in France, in Italy, in the United States. So far, it works. But if you look at the Germans have a different mindset. So we run a very low debt ratio, and we are scared on more deficit spending. The question that raises, and it's now debated in Germany, is whether we deprive ourselves of growth expectations because we are just too hawkish.
So you have the opposite problem to Brazil.
Indeed. Although you cannot, or it's hard to compare because we are a fully developed country and number 3 in the world. I think the economic mechanics are different towards a developed
Arminio, I have also a challenging question. Why are Brazilians always so negative about Brazil?
I don't.
It's written here.
Well, for one, it's been 43 years of very low growth, but even then, I still think at some point we will learn from our mistakes, and we will learn also from what we do well. On the debt issue that you just mentioned, we have 80% debt with 6.5% rates above inflation. This is a problem. We're going to have to address it. Period.
An aging population.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I see a couple things that actually give me hope. We have a lot of room for improvement everywhere. And 2, I think it's very refreshing to see young people getting involved in politics and in the right way. So don't wipe out Brazil yet.
I don't think anybody does that. Let's end on a positive note. Stefan, why are you so positive about Brazil then?
Do what, sorry?
Why are you positive about Brazil?
Oh, so first of all, I would say I think it's a very common feature that you see. People are domestically much more negative than foreigners are, right? So yeah, I mean, we are at Deutsche Bank very positive about the LATAM region. We have been here for more than 100 years, and we see the potential this region and also Brazil has. And we hope that you will harvest even more on your potential.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Arminio. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Please welcome to the stage Fabio Coelho, Vice President, Google Inc., and President, Google Brazil, Dario Wertheim, Shareholder, Wertheim Group, President, Vrio Corp, Nizam Guanais, Founder and CEO, N-Ideias, and Jumana Bersetti, Anchor, Bloomberg Television.
Well, hello again, everybody. Sticking with the theme of bracing for a new reality, this is, of course, a digital world that we live in, and it's not a surprise to anyone to hear me say that the way we consume content has really changed a lot over the last decade and is poised to continue doing so with the advent of artificial intelligence. So on this panel, we're going to talk about digital disruption in content and media distribution, but also how we can introduce guidelines to keep innovation alive, but at the same time protect consumers. And then, of course, the big buzzword these days is artificial intelligence and what that means as well for digital disruption in the context of media. So let's start with the panel. Dario, I would love to start with you, given that you, the president of a platform that operates amongst, and I believe the figure is correct, 11 million households in Latin America. So you are in a unique position to talk about just purely the digital transformation that your industry has witnessed over the course of the last decade and is continuing to see disruption. So my question to you is, in an age of increasing competition, what do you do, not just to attract the audience, but to retain the audience?
Thank you very much. Thank you for everybody. Thank you for Bloomberg for giving me this opportunity. In answering your questions, we have a digital dilemma, which is, in simple words, nobody has to be left behind. We have, because of figures of the World Bank, about 2.6 billion people who are not connected to the internet, and in Latin America alone, about 220 million people. So this brings us to how do we include all these people to the digital era? And the inclusion will bring a lot of transformation in the people's life, their education, their health system, banking, their entertainment. Companies will have new companies appear. We have some companies that will disappear throughout time. We have the influence in the countries within the boundaries, because as you know, the digital information has no boundaries. It goes to one place to the next without limits. And it will change societies, the way we connect to each other, the way we talk, and we've seen this in the young people. So digital inclusion is much more than connectivity. Connectivity is only one part of it. But what do we need for digital inclusion to include? We need a very new regulatory framework, flexible, updated. As you know today, telecommunications, digital platforms, and audiovisual blurred, giving rise to a new complex and ever-changing ecosystem that enables a lot of interactions that are unimaginable, and we haven't had that for the last 10 years. So everything is changing a lot. So we have to level the playing field. Taxes, regulatory, for everybody to play in the same battlefield, if you want to call it. Also, we need to have public policies to build digital skills for all the population, because entering the digital era is not easy. And we have to have conditions to enable to the digital infrastructure. In order to have digital infrastructure, we need to promote the public and private sector very strongly. It's impossible to do it the private sector alone, but we need to partner with the public sector and do it as a policy, of national policy of each country to really digitalize their population. I want to give you a couple of examples that we do basically in Latin America. We have a couple of programs that they are called Escuela Plus, where we give connectivity through video to the different schools all around Latin America. We have around 10,000 schools connected, and what we do is teachers training and classrooms to the students. But we don't have it in the cities. Obviously, these schools are scattered around Latin America in very remote places.
Yeah.
And it's really amazing the effect that they have in the teachers and the students. For example, one teacher, when I was visiting one of the schools, told me that he uses all these tools to teach his kids. Right. And in order to make a grade for these kids, he asked them to make a video. So the kids in the middle of the jungle, in the middle of the mountains, have this opportunity. Let me, two more things and I'll finish. And I pass it on to you. Another interesting story is about in the Amazon. In the Amazon, we have a Escuela Sustentable, sustainable school, and we talked with the different people of the village of the school, and we talked about the digital area, coming with the internet, the video and everything, and they were very enthusiastic because of all the possibilities. But one of them told me something that made me think about it, which is, I will be able to teach my culture. He was a native in the Amazon. Teach my culture, teach the world how do I take care of our earth, how do I do the medicine, and how do I work with the land in a sustainable way for our product. So it is very important not only to have connectivity going downwards, but to collect the different cultures, the different initiatives that the people have all over the world, and really learn from each other in order to create a new world. And let me give you one more concept that I think is very important, which is that in order to have this technology going forward very powerful, it needs digital literacy. What is the meaning of digital literacy? It's educating to face hate speeches, to educate against racism, to educate against gender discrimination, and to educate against anti-Semitism. The world of the future has to be built on solid values that we have to really take over it. In the past, we fought, and we are fighting today, wars for land, for resources, for eliminating people. Everybody can remember the Holocaust, and the digital inclusion should carry the flag, of the development, and should be another way to promote peace in the world.
Thank you. Well,
I'm sorry.
articulated the case for digital inclusion very well and digital connectivity, which leads me nicely perhaps to our next panelist. You are in a unique position because you've seen the transition of the world away from desktop to mobile and now increasingly towards AI. How do you think AI is going to disrupt the way we consume media?
Jumana, first, thank you for being here. Thank you for the opportunity. I see a lot of illustrious people in the room. Speaking about AI, I think AI has the power to be another catalyst of efficiency in the society. We lived through democratization of access. You spoke to him about media democratization. Some people call it fragmentation, but in reality, we democratize media through not only you can watch anything, anywhere, with the right guidelines in respect to intellectual property, but also you have a new universe of the creative economy with the creators. So that's the second part. And later, recently, we saw in the last 10 years, democratization of the ability to be an entrepreneur. Google in Brazil, we have been around 20 years in Brazil, and we have accelerated in a startup campus here about 450 companies. So that means power to the people. And we think that AI, to answer your question, has the power to help everyone. We see three types of AI. AI for the businesses to increase revenues, and we have that already pretty much in the market. We have Brazilian companies and companies all around the world using artificial intelligence to do better revenue-generating programs that through agents, through voice ordering, through better media. And that brings the second bucket of opportunities, which is about becoming more efficient. Becoming more efficient, it means that you use technology, you use AI to really find the right audiences, to have the right programs, and effectively to use less money to achieve more people and to engage with more people. And then the third part of it is about AI for innovation, where we see so many solutions that help to address social problems, economic problems, climate changing problems, and we have examples and examples of this. So I think most of the companies today are engaging with AI in the right way. Brazilians especially are very optimistic about it. 74% of Brazilians believe that AI is something that's for good, and we see that that can be something that will help also to bring those that are less favored in the society. By using AI, they can become professionals more empowered.
What about the flip side? What does AI do to creativity? You're in a unique perspective where you can talk about that particular industry, but there are valid concerns that AI would eventually replace people's jobs, and also valid concerns about intellectual property, data protection. How do you think about it in the context of creativity and advertising?
You know, Fabio Coelho is one of my best friends. He's my neighbor. But I'm going to give you another perspective of what he's saying. 4 years ago, my wife was celebrating her birthday in Bahia. And people it was a beautiful party, you know, Caetano playing and Gil, whatever. And somebody in the press started to say that it was a slave party. Slave party. What happened? It was spread in the content platforms, okay? And my wife had to renounce from her job. She had to quit her job. So we went to the public ministry, and the public ministry said this is a lie, but her name was all over. Then I went to Fabio. Said, Fabio, this is a lie. The public ministry has proved. So please take that from that. He said, I can't. I can't do that. It's because of him? No, it's because of the laws of Google. And you don't know what happened to our family about that.
Well, we'll
so
talk about,
just a second, please, because he had all the time.
No, of course.
My fault.
No, he had all the time. So what I'm saying is this, you know, first of all, if Google is in Brazil, they need somebody that can say, no, this is act. It cannot be ruled from outside. Fabio is a blessing for Brazil. He's a very serious guy. But what the problem about these platforms is that all their speech and their rhetoric is very cute. All of them want to change the world. Then Bezos buy a boat of $500 million. A guy that buy a boat for $500 million hates the world and hates the sea. Right? I'm from absolutely capitalist, but there must be frameworks. That's what I'm saying.
So we'll talk about the frameworks.
For example, they are in California.
Yeah.
They are having problems, and the governor of California is very connected to the main platforms. And then they don't want to pay press rights, content rights, all these kinds of things. So artificial intelligence for us, for the rich, for the businessman is fantastic. But we have to understand that they, like anybody else, my wife says that I need frameworks. So everybody must have frameworks. Yeah. And this has nothing to do with him, but it has to be the governance of that, which I think is very important.
Can I bring it back to my original question, which was simply how artificial intelligence you think is also disrupting creativity and the way content is actually created? We've talked about the framework, of course.
No, I know, but since the name of the panel is The Dilemma, I'm talking about that, right? Because they talk about the possibilities. Of course, it's going to be fantastic. For example, I sold my agency. I had an advertising group, and now I have a small, huge company because of all the empowerment that these things brings to us, right? So I don't need to have, I had about 2,500 people suing me because of the labor laws in Brazil. Now I have something very small, and I'm probably one of the most profitable companies, and only with 10 people. That's fantastic, but that's also a problem. So I'm putting myself in the same situation, right? So of course it's going to be, for example, for Brazilian advertising is amazing because we never could compete in the same level as the international because we didn't have the same tools in the production. So now we have our local creativity, but we can produce in the global standards.
Yeah. Dario, let me come back to you.
Yes.
And just bring it back to what the gentlemen were talking about, having the right framework in place, and whether too much regulatory oversight can actually stifle the industry, and at the same time, whether it's your perception that the regulators have somewhat of a holistic view to the industry, but in certain cases can carve out exceptions.
Yes, I think the regulators have an old view of the industry. The industry has moved forward very quickly, and we had to adjust, and as I said before, level the playing field. But one thing that is super important, it's piracy. Maybe nobody talks about piracy that much, but piracy in Latin America is about 40% of the market, which is huge, and this needs to be addressed by the governments, by the companies, by the public, educating the public not to do it, the companies to fight it, and the governments to give us the framework to be able to, when we detect the piracy, really attack and try to move it to the legal side, let's call it. And I think that's one of the most important issues that the regulators need to think about and to really address.
Well, regulators are turning their sights increasingly towards the big tech platforms because of concerns about what happens on these platforms, the spread of disinformation, whether there's enough guardrails in place, consumer protection. I just wonder whether you think from your standpoint and from the regulators that you have dealt with, whether enough is being done to protect the consumer, like Nadine and others, and whether the regulation is sufficient enough to keep a level playing field.
Well, it depends on the area. But first, let me allude back to Nizam's point here. First, his wife is a lady, is a great person. I cannot remove content. It's not about me. It's about...
So that's one of the problems, you know.
No, it's about...
They cannot remove hate.
Allow me to...
Okay, I will.
It's about following the law. I told him to get an injunction, and then, of course, we'll take that into consideration. If that's not exactly defined as a crime of hate, racism...
But that was a problem, Fabio. I'm sorry, but you're lying.
Okay.
That was a problem. My wife spent 4 years trying to prove something, excuse me, that the public ministry said and proved, and I sent to you. And it's not about you, but it's hate is not content. You cannot put that on television. You cannot put that on the press. So you guys should not be obeyed by another kind of rules. There's the Lua law. You know what's a framework? Michael Bloomberg is a framework. You will never do something that he doesn't think that's right. So I'm sorry. I think I'm not being very kind to you, but you are not very kind at all to me, to my wife, and to the democracy.
Allow me to continue. What I see here, Jordani, speaking about regulation. Of course, regulation is necessary. Brazil has something called Marco Civil, which is equivalent to GDPR, which is the Internet Framework. It has 10 years now. It is from May 2014. What we see here now with the advent of AI is that there is an opportunity to work with AI for regulation. And we see that that's something that needs to be discussed with the society, with the politicians, with the companies, and with all the people that are using AI at the moment. I think it's important that we have that discussion, yes.
When it comes to copyright infringement, plagiarism as well, this is another aspect. You know, there are a whole bunch of potential bottlenecks that we talk about, but of course, this is one of the risks too.
We have 185 agreements with media companies in Brazil to use their content, and that content, those agreements exist from the large media companies to the small ones. Also, companies that do not want to have their content published on Google, they can access and have that content removed on Google or on YouTube. Of course, this means that we have, one, agreements in place. It's important to have partnerships signed. Second, It's important that we do not, I'm not speaking on behalf of the entire industry. I'm speaking here on behalf of Google and its platforms. Third, the discussion of copyright in the AI moment, this is actually happening as we speak. We have agreements with some companies to use their content to train our models. This is something that's happening for the last year and a half.
Well, Nizan, you've been very articulate. Yep, go ahead.
It's good to have a disagreement between ourselves and to see that we really need boundaries in order to be able to come up with a consensus on how do we have to behave in the digital scenario. This is a typical problem that we have every day.
Yeah.
And this is fantastic to have it in real time.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Nizan, so
this is real time.
But let me bring it back, because you seem pretty critical of the way the regulation is, I guess, put in place, but also the way it's executed. What is your recommendation then for what the regulator should allow and should not allow?
You need regulation. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's critical to have regulation. The problem is that it should not be a regulation done by people who don't understand what they do and all the amazing things that they do. That's not the point. You know, what I'm just giving is another perspective. Regulation should be done, especially in copyrights. For example, in Brazil, if an advertising ad is a content, but we take it out from television in 24 hours. 24 hours. And we did this regulation. So this kind of framework, because it has nothing to do with Fabio. It has to do with the Far West that became the platforms. Anybody can do anything, okay? So it needs a regulation. We cannot, it cannot be done on harming them in the core of their business. It's simply to have professional, modern, but at the same time, decent, and the word is responsible. That's it.
So then that raises an
because it's a business, right?
It becomes an ethical question, because the debate, and over here in Brazil, because recently there was an episode with the Elon Musk's platform, with the regulator over here, and it became a whole discussion about free speech versus censorship. So at what point do you draw the line between the two?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what's that. What I can see is the effects. I'm not, I cannot understand clearly. That's what the great dilemma on digital and the great dilemma in democracy. We are trying to rule things that are more complicated. The harm is clear. The benefit is clear. But the collateral things that can happen in this breaches, right, in this framework is also visible, because never the work was more inequality, divisive. You're seeing the United States is so crucial. The democracy in the United States, the election is a global election, is important for us, you know? And so it needs necessary. It's not exactly, I think the solution here that happened with Elon Musk, I'm not clear that it was not distorted in the heat of the discussion, right? I think it's important that it was done. I think it was fair. It needed, but we have to have a less emotional. And as you can see, there's a lot of emotion.
There is.
Dario, let me just ask you whether you think, look, for me, it just feels like the train has left the station anyway. No matter what we do, the digital disruption is happening. The world is moving towards AI. So given the heated discussion that we've just had now, what can the regulator do to both allow for this innovation, but come back to the primary concern, which is protecting consumers?
We have to have big discussions in terms of the companies, the providers, the governments in order where is the limit between the privacy and the public opinion. And that's a limit that is not very well defined, but it has to be defined. If you go to sports sometimes, which is not the case what happened to you, obviously, but for example, we show a lot of sports that we have the exclusive rights in Latin America. So a big platform was not Google, don't worry. We have a pirate that was broadcasting the game, which was a super game in the Copa America. It was like 4 million people. So we call this huge platform and say, listen, there's a pirate, we give the address, we give everything, we need to act, you need to disconnect it, and don't allow to collect money from it. They say, okay, it will take me about 1 hour and a half. And I said, in 1 hour and a half, the game is finished. I mean, there's nothing we can do. So these are the things that need to be worked together. The government needs to work, the companies need to work and to protect. And I come again with the piracy, which is one of the big issues that we have in this industry as a whole.
Well, to leave on a more positive note, since you mentioned sports and in the context of digital, I know that your company has also recently acquired sports rights. And I thought it was interesting because what we're seeing is this move from linear into streamers into linear, and sports is one possible area where that intersection meets, namely because it is content that's not replicable. It's live, and once it happens, it's done. What sort of opportunity do you see there in terms of, again, the content that you're offering on your platform?
Well, first, you said rights. So we acquired rights. It's important to say that because it speaks to copyright, right? We were super happy because we're able to capture an opportunity of changing consumption, media consumption. We see Brazilians watching a lot of media, be that streaming or on-demand media on YouTube. YouTube is actually 18.5%, is the largest streaming platform that we have in the country. And we agreed, in conjunction with a broadcasting company, to acquire rights for 38 games of the Brazilian Soccer Championship next year. This is something that started 5 years ago when we started scratching the surface of showing sports on YouTube through agreements with the Northeastern Cup. And then we evolved into the Paulistão, the championship of the state of São Paulo. Why I'm saying that? Because as we have today, around 75 million Brazilians that watch connected TV, the large screen, we are now offering 3 ways for people to watch games, to watch soccer games. One is on their cell phones, on their computers, and finally, now on connected TV, which is a big thing. So since we saw that that model is working for advertisers, is working for users, and it's a way for us to help to fund the ecosystem of sports in Brazil, together with TV Globo and with the other national TVs, we acquired the right for some games, and we think that that's going to be good for everyone. The more options we offer, and the more we have competition for rights, the better it will be for everyone. But Jumara, let me make a final comment here, also on a positive note. For these companies, it's important to not only respect copyrights, but also to respect the laws and to understand the rules of use of platforms. I've been the statutory responsible for Google in Brazil for almost 14 years. And of course, this is an area where I see an opportunity for everyone to get educated around the matter. It's a nascent moment, and emerging technologies, they require people to discuss, they require dialogue. What happened in that situation that you were alluding to before was that there was not enough dialogue, and there was not a legal statutory responsible named in Brazil, and companies cannot operate in a market without having that type of professional appointed here. So I think we are in the middle of a process that should not be so inflammatory, that should be a process where people sit at the table, negotiate, talk, listen, understand each other, understand the limits and the boundaries of what is possible, and then we come up with a solution that may be the best possible.
Exactly why we're having this dialogue now. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Pierpaolo Barbieri, CEO and founder, Ualá, Milton Maluhy Filho, CEO, Itau Banco, and Julia Leite, Managing Editor of Emerging Markets, Bloomberg.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to our two panelists for being here with us on this great event. So we are going to talk about building the bank of the future. Big topic. Milton, I want to start with you. You have described Itau as a tech company. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, and kind of are traditional banks now positioning themselves as the new tech companies?
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, thank you. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here, Pierpaolo. Nice to join here with you in this panel. It's important to say that I think the first message is that we are celebrating 100 years old this year. That means that for 100 years, we've been doing a lot in the financial industry. And we've been making a huge transformation inside the organization, because technology has been changing a lot, the way you do business, the way you empower your client, the cell phones, the pandemic somehow accelerate this digital transformation process. We made the decision at a certain point that we could make a digital bank separate from the big bank. We are not only a retail bank, we are a full bank from wholesale to retail. And we decided that if we do that, at the end of the day, we wouldn't learn how to transform ourselves and to make the bank much more digital, with a different culture, with a different client perspective, much less client-centric. So we decided to transform the big bank. And this is a journey that we started, I would say, 5 to 6 years now. And we are very happy about this decision. So looking now, few years later, down the road, we've been able to migrate almost 70% of our legacy systems to cloud. I think you will find just a few examples, if you do, around the globe, that banks of our size that made this huge transformation. But it's not only technology, it's culture, it's the way you work, the agile process inside the organization, and all we did is at scale. So we have today 23,000 people working in squads, in tribes, in agile method. We have 70% of our systems running in cloud, and we have around 17,000 people working in technology. So that's why I say today that we have changed a lot the mix of our businesses and also the mix of our internal employees. And that's why I say that we are able to compete today head to head. We still have a lot of work to do, and we are doing our homework, but we are able to compete head to head with any digital company today due to this investment we've been making throughout those years.
Thank you. So Pierpaolo, what about your take on your much different operation, right? How do you approach it?
We just turned 7 years old, so we have a long way to go. But the reality is that we come from a very different place. We started as a fintech in Argentina back in 2017, and now we operate in Argentina, in Mexico, and in Colombia. By virtue of this market, we started as a fintech, but we reached the conclusion a couple of years in that it was absolutely necessary to have full banking licenses. So now we have a full bank license in Argentina, a full bank license in Mexico, and a full bank license in Colombia. We're digital first and digital only, and that allows us to run around 8 million accounts with 1,500 people. And so we add 250,000 clients a month in general. Over half of that is organic. And our whole value proposition is centered on the idea that especially in places like Argentina and Mexico, and obviously Brazil is different because of the success of digitization in this amazing country. In Argentina and in Mexico, we operate with lower than 90% costs than our incumbent competitors. So we have the same license, so we have parity of license, but our cost to serve is 90% lower, whereas our cost of funding is the same as a retail bank. And so this gives us an amazing opportunity to create a digital-first ecosystem that goes in payments, starts there, but then it goes to credit, investments, merchant acquiring, and we hope to include new parts of our global ecosystem and then to also increase the footprint beyond Argentina, Mexico, and Colombia.
How are you using AI in all
So
this?
we use AI for a variety of things, although most of the things that people call AI are actually just machine learning, but we understand the value of marketing, so we are also going to call it AI. And so in general, you know, there's a part of the process that is about helping developers be more efficient. It helps the best developers be 30% better. And so the difference between a mediocre developer and a great developer is widened by the fact that they're both 30% more efficient. And so that's one part that's been operating for a while. And the other part where it's really transformational is on the data we use for credit modeling. So we have our own WALA score, which are a proprietary credit scoring system, especially targeting countries like Mexico and Argentina, where most of the bureau data is very bad, unlike Brazil. And so we build our own. AI is included in that. We use 100 different data sources to inform our credit model. And that helps us make better credit decisions. More credit, lower rate for more people. And that helps there. And then it's transformational for customer service. And so I'm not ready to share more on that yet. But before the end of the year, we're going to announce something big in that space because we think there's a huge opportunity for machine learning and for AI, specifically conversational models, to transform customer service in the future. We're already seeing it in Europe and the United States. And I think that in Latin America is absolutely necessary because in 10 years, there's not going to be any unbanked people. So we need to serve those people. And in order to serve those people, we need to use technology for the most important moment, which is when they need to talk to somebody to help them.
And what about at Itau, Milton? I know you use a lot of AI. As a Itau customer, I do know you use a lot. But how does it play in, and what else do you see coming?
Yeah, I think I was mentioning before about our transformation. And we somehow changed from this era of transformation to the era of hyper-personalization for clients. So we are becoming much more data-centric bank. We've migrated all our data to cloud, and we have this data mesh architecture. And throughout the organization, AI, of course, it's a discipline that we have been discussing centralized in the executive committee. So everybody needs to understand about the power and the opportunities in AI. We just came from Seattle. We spent a few days in Seattle, the full executive committee of the bank, in Amazon, in Microsoft, having discussions and going deep in where are the opportunities. And we are releasing around the bank a lot of tests in all the areas, businesses areas, processes areas, legal department, call centers, and we are finding a lot of huge impact. We're talking about the developers, which is very important. I was talking about the 17,000 developers. We have 8,000 developers today that use that GitHub platform of Microsoft. And today we're top 3 in the world in terms of utilizing this platform. That means that when we compare ourselves, and the other 2 companies are software companies. So we've been gaining a lot of productive to make this transformation and to work in this hyper-personalization era, which for us it's very sensitive. And we have been testing AI throughout the bank, but we do have a lot of work, and we are creating our own guardrails, our own framework to have this responsible AI that for us is very important, especially in a bank like us. So you have to take a lot of care in how do you interact with clients, what messages, what consultancy an AI is doing. So we've been building guardrails, which is much more infrastructure. And today we have the power to release a lot of solutions with a lot of control. And it's been amazing, the journey. And I think this has been changing a lot, the productive, the UX, the experience of the clients throughout every experience, investment, digital channels, you can predict fraud, you can predict client behavior, and you can go back to your client with better solutions. It's really amazing. And I think this will be huge for all the industries around the globe.
Are you using it, as Pier Paolo was saying, to kind of assign a credit score more precisely as well?
As well. We used to, until today, we have a lot of machine learning inside the organization, and now we are testing AI in all areas. So what I have with my team is that every business, every meeting, they have to talk about the business as usual, but all of them needs to bring one area where they are deploying and testing and learning about AI. So that's a cultural change, because everybody needs to understand that they have to learn about it. They don't have to be afraid. They have to incorporate this skill in the organization to make it scale.
I think one thing that has come, we're talking about cultural change in Latin America, and kind of in tandem with that, we're seeing the region go cashless, right? Which is interesting since, you know, in Mexico, the rates of people that actually have bank accounts is very low still, right? And in Brazil, it's been climbing, but it's still low. What are the implications of this cashless society? What are the barriers still ahead?
Well, the first thing to think about is that we may talk about cashless, but 50% of the adults in Latin America have never had a bank account. And so if you don't give people the possibility to have a debit card and build a credit history, they'll never have access to credit. They'll never be able to save for retirement. They'll never protect themselves against inflation. And so the opportunity is huge. So we need to give everybody an account. It's unbelievable. But when we launched in Argentina in 2017, almost every bank charged an opening fee and a maintenance fee just to have an account. And that is changing, but that hasn't changed everywhere. And so even after the pandemic in Mexico, more than 85% of transactions are still cash. You have 80 million people who are totally unbanked. That's almost 2 Argentinas unbanked in Mexico today. And there's only 50 banks in all of Mexico. So we're the only digital player that has a full bank license. We'll have more than 2 million clients just this year. And we think the opportunity in a place like Mexico is enormous. But there's a lot of work to be done. There are a lot of processes to digitize. And I think in that sense, Brazil is the beacon of the region, because you have a very open central bank that has been pushing competition. PIX is the envy of Latin America, if not the world. And I think in that context, I think there's a lot of growth for the rest of the region. And so we think in Argentina and Mexico and in Colombia, we see the future as extremely exciting. And, you know, as I mentioned, we have almost around 8 million customers, 9 million customers today. I mean, that will more than double in the next 3 years.
Yeah.
And one thing that comes with cashless and with people entering the bank system is the importance of financial education, right, and financial inclusion. So you know the drill by now. We're going to have a poll that's going to come up here, QR code that you can scan. What the most effective way to increase financial inclusion is, and I want your take on this as well: teaching financial literacy, reducing the cost of basic financial services, digitizing payments, or mobile banking?
All the above. Sorry.
What do you think, Milton?
I think somehow the mobile banking needs to have a different role than it used to have in the past. In the past, it was a lot of product-centric. And with all this data approach, AI, and this hyper-personalization that we've been talking about, you can become a consultant of your clients. So you have to change the idea that a bank, it's a place where you sell products. You have to make the product be part of the client journey. So you have to make the client's life much easier. So he doesn't need to learn each product, each moment, how it works. But if you put the product inside a context, inside a journey, that for the client, he wants to acquire a car or he wants to pay a bill. So if he's financing or buying a credit card or a revolving credit, you don't need to explain each product for the client. You need to give the client the right solution for that moment. So I think you can use through the mobile, and this is what we've been doing lately. We are migrating 15 million clients that have an experience as a monoliner with us to a super app. And it's what's our expectation here? We can deliver the bank, a full bank experience to the client, much more in a context using data, AI, and all the technology available to deliver to this client much more solutions for his needs than simply saying you have many apps to interact with Itau, you have many products to buy within Itau. This is not the approach. And I think this, for me, it's a very relevant angle that we've been working with.
All right, you have to choose one, Pierpaolo.
I have to choose one.
All of the above cannot.
I mean, we are deeply committed to financial literacy, and so we make available Aula Wala, which is a solution for digital financial education for everyone. And we're not selling products there, we're just educating the market because we believe in open competition and we believe that in financial inclusion. That's why we started the company. And that's part of the values of the company in the sense that I really believe that in Latin America, it cannot be that 50% of the adults are outside of the system. That's a debt of our democracies with our societies, and we need to fix that. And so I think the opportunity for really digitalizing payments is essential, but you need to have education with that. So if you have to choose one, I'll go with the A.
And I think from what I can see in that very small print on the back of the room, I think that's the majority of the answers as well, right? Teaching financial literacy. So great, thank you for participating there. One thing I want to ask about this topic is kind of the risks associated with you now lending to this population. We see it often in Brazil, right? People taking on credit card debt and they don't realize that they have to pay that money later and at much, much, much higher rates. So how do you account for these risks of including this whole segment of the population in the bank now?
Yeah, it's a great question because if you look at a very short-term cycle, the past 3 to 4 years, you will see that in Brazil, we came to, after the pandemic, to a situation where you used to have 1.4 credit cards per person. Nowadays, you might see 5 to 6 credit cards per person. And why is that? First of all, digitalization. Second of all, you can acquire a credit card very simple. You can go through a mobile and you can acquire your credit card, no fees. So it's very simple for a person that has no education to get access to credit. And this is part of our responsibility because sometimes the best thing to do is not to grant a credit for some people that it's with his income very compromised, very leveraged. So we take credit very responsibly and we look at long term to guarantee that the clients will be resilient throughout the cycles, not only the good cycles. So we saw a huge indebtedness of the population. And even though a lot of those credit cards, they don't charge fees, if you look the interest rate they charge from the clients, it's much bigger than from the traditional banks, let's put it this way. So it's somehow misleading because you're selling a product to your client and many others are doing the same. So you have to understand with the data you have available to guarantee that you are providing the correct credit and how you're gonna behave throughout a cycle. And this is part of what we do for 100 years now. We talk about inclusion and sometimes it seems that the financial inclusion started 10 years ago. It started 100 years ago. So throughout our life, all we did was to include more and more people inside the organization. But now the technology allows you to be much more cheap and to get to other places where you couldn't throughout a branch. And the way you would bring clients and offer credit in the past was throughout the branches, the physical branches. And we've been changing that for the digital approach. And I believe that running a credit cycle, very responsible, with appetites very well defined through the organizations, with the board of directors, with the management, gives you the guardrails you need to guarantee that you are responsibly granting credit every day. But as more efficient you are and as lower is your cost to serve, higher risk you can take. But it goes up to a certain point. We don't agree a lot with that conclusion that the NPV is the way to grant credit because out of a certain risk, you don't receive the credit anymore. And you might be only postponing a problem that you might have.
And Pierpaolo, I'm gonna add a bunch of questions to that because we're running out of time and I have many questions still. I want to know how you're seeing this, particularly in Mexico, which is your biggest market and where I believe you see the most growth.
Yep.
Right? And then I want to ask you about your home country.
Sure. No, I mean, we see a great opportunity in Mexico. In Argentina, after 10 years of very high inflation, private debt to GDP is 4%. 4. Like, it's less than a tenth of Brazil. And so the big problem in Argentina is that nobody has access to credit. Because for 20 years, the banks just lent to the government, and they didn't lend to people. So that's why it's so important for us to have our own proprietary credit score, which we now have operating in Mexico as well. Mexico is around 20% private debt to GDP, radically different than Brazil. And so the opportunity of giving people access to credit at good rates with good data is incredible. That's why I think if you ask me what's the most valuable part of Walla, it's our credit score. And we use 100 data sources because we cannot rely on the old credit bureaus because they don't have the data because people were not included. And you can ask me about Argentina if you want.
What's your take on Milei's economic project?
I knew that was coming. So, you know, I think the 21st century is made for Argentina. If you look at energy, if you look at tech, if you look at mining, if you look at agro historically, we have an amazing opportunity. Obviously, we're coming from 20 years where Argentina has massively underperformed, not just Brazil, but the rest of the region, especially in inflation. And I think there's a very strong political and social demand for inflation to be controlled, just as it was in Brazil, just as it was in Chile, in Uruguay, in Mexico. And I think that's a huge opportunity. And for us, that's the opening up of a whole market. Today, we're launching the first ever fully free dollar account in Argentina for everyone. So a full bank account, fully free, no opening fees, maintenance fees, or renewal fees, because people want to transact in dollars. They shouldn't be obliged to transact in dollars, but they should be allowed to transact in dollars. And I think that if Argentina manages to bring down inflation sustainably, and the structural reforms that the government is passing are definitely opening up the market for more direct investment from the world, I think that's a huge opportunity, not just for Argentina, but for the whole region, at a time when it doesn't take much to be the most pro-market country in LATAM.
Perfect. All right. I think, unfortunately, that's all the time we had. So we'll end on that high note on Argentina. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, you too.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good to see you.
Please welcome to the stage Hans Kobler, founder and managing partner, Energy Impact Partners, Miguel Setas, CEO, Grupo CCR, Ilona Sabo de Carvalho, co-founder and president, Igarapé Institute, and Jimena Tolama, editor-in-chief, Bloomberg Linea.
So, greetings to all. When it comes to climate change, I bet everybody agrees that the brace for impact stage has already passed through us. And now we are in the deal with it stage, dealing with climate change and its consequences. And for that, you all already know very well these facts. The last 10 years, the Earth is now about 1.2 Celsius degrees warmer than it was in the pre-industrial era. And the greenhouse gas emissions reached a new record high in 2023. So we're going to talk today about what the world, but also the developing economies need to do and can achieve by joining forces while considering innovative economic approaches. And these are a couple of hopeful fun facts, I should say. According to the UN, significant investment in infrastructure is needed over the next 15 years, around $90 trillion by 2030. But new infrastructure must be compatible with the climate goals. Do you agree with me? Investing in resilient infrastructure in developing countries could deliver $4.2 trillion over its lifetime. That means an investment of $1 in resilient infrastructure, on average, yields to $4 in benefits. And last but not least, sustainable agriculture and strong forest protection, this is a message for Brazil, could generate over $2 trillion per year of economic benefits, creating millions of jobs. So the question is how to decarbonize the global economy and avoid making it worse, first. And second, Mr. Hans Kobler, welcome. Thank you for joining us remotely. You, Mr. Kobler, as a technology investor specialized in energy transition with 4.5 billion assets over management, what are the capital requirements that need to be collaborating? And currently, where is the failure? You also talked recently, you wrote a letter where you talked about that trilemma.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm very sad I couldn't be there with you in person. I was looking forward to it, but the airline didn't comply last night on short notice. But you gave the numbers. Transforming the global economy towards net zero is a massive undertaking that takes significant amount of capital. 90 trillion, 150 trillion, if you believe McKinsey. It's an enormous amount of money, and people all want to go clean. There's a fundamental push towards that, but it also has to be affordable. And that sort of is the first challenge in that effort. And it has to be secure from against the environment, it has to be secure against the national threat, where the countries need to look at their supply first. So those three together, we call the energy trilemma, which is an equation that is very, very difficult to solve. In our view, the only way to do that is through innovation and collaboration, bringing together the innovators, the incumbents that are sitting on massive infrastructure deployments that has still useful life, and the capital, and get them to be creative, because what we're trying to do is very difficult. And from a financing perspective, we have a very strong supply on the venture side, fostering innovation. I think we see tons of infrastructure, the ones that you mentioned, infrastructure capital, that is willing to put money to work once it's de-risked. The hard part that is missing in many, in many countries, or really across the world, is that sort of missing middle, where you are trying to scale up technologies in different regions, and you do that before it's fully de-risked with a strong offtake. And some of the projects that we are looking at here to decarbonize the global economy are just in capital requirements in the hundreds, if not billions of dollars. And to put that to risk is, I think, one of the major challenges we face today.
Thank you, Mr. Hans Kobler, for that. I want to go to you, Ilona, because you have an interesting vision now that Mr. Kobler was saying about getting creative. You have an interesting vision on why natural capital should be included and mainstreamed in balance sheets in the business models, and also decision making. So, and this the same way as climate now is an inevitable thing. So can you elaborate on this?
Sure, thank you, Jimena. So to start, I'm really here to make the case for nature. It's not to make it more complex, to be honest, it's just otherwise there's no solution. So we need to integrate both lenses, climate, biodiversity, into decision making. And why that? So if you look, over 50% of the global GDP is dependent, highly or moderately, in ecosystem services provided by nature, be air and water purification, pollination, carbon sequestration, you name it. A recent study by the Global Water Economy Commission just says that by 2050, 50% of the global food industry will be impacted by water crisis. So what can we do to prevent that? Because we talk a lot about climate, but we are, and it's not only for Brazil, like biodiversity is key. So what can we do? I think we really need, and we should have done that, so we need to fasten up to mainstream natural accounting, natural capital accounting and valuation in balance sheets, in income statements. It's the only way we're going to incentivize business to actually protect and also restore nature at the speed we need. And this is not about monetizing natural assets for the markets. Like, nature is honestly priceless if we just account for the services that just the Amazon forest has to rain cycles just daily. We'd have like $1 trillion on electricity bill per day. So we can't price nature, but you need to value it.
And what is being done? Because this seems a lot, but actually, you have to start a framework called the TNFD, so the Task Force for Nature Financial Disclosure, to help businesses to understand nature in a value chain. We have already concrete examples of governments, but also companies dealing with natural capital. So just to, China created something called the Gross Ecosystem Product, just to help governments account for their performance, environmental performance. This is being piloted in over 200 sites, but also by Colombia, Sri Lanka, Sweden, and other countries. Companies also, so I'll just mention Natura, we're in Brazil, Natura Cosmetic company here. They have something called the Integrated Profit and Loss Statement, where they account not only for the financial returns, but for natural capital, social capital, and also human capital. So what they do is to just help senior management to maximize returns across all four capitals, right? So how do we go about that in terms of scale? So it's still, I would say, very small adopters of the natural capital, I would say mainstreaming, but we have technologies today that we could use at a, I would say, better price. We need to improve the price point, but remote sensing, AI, eDNA, bioacoustics, it's there to help us doing that. I would say we'll need regulation. It's not a very, I would say, simple message, but we'll need regulation because in the countries where we see advancements, yes, it's coming from also compulsory regulations, but above all, I think we need, honestly, bold and responsible leadership. And I would say we have to start in rooms like this. And it's the basis for future-proofing our economies, for ourselves, for future generations. So really include the nature lens, the biodiversity lens. I'm heading from COP16, like to COP16 in Cali tomorrow, and hoping to push it there. But this needs to come as a less complex issue. Let's do it together. Let's learn how to do it, but fast.
Fast, that's the key. And also, talking about these frameworks to understand nature, Miguel Zeta's welcome as one of the, as the CEO of one of the biggest companies here in Brazil. What's your take?
First of all, Jimena, thank you very much for having us today here. Perhaps a word of context about CCR. We are the largest mobility platform in Brazil and in Latin America. We run toll roads, urban mobility, which comprises trains, barges, and subways, and we have a 20-airport network in our platform, in our airports platform. Have a $5 billion capex plan going forward, so we are one of the main investors in infrastructure in Brazil. The challenge that Yolanda was commenting is deeply ingrained in our strategy. So we have devised a vision for 2035. That vision has, when it comes to sustainability, 5 pillars. The first one is climate and environmental impact. The second one is impact on the planet. Also in our value chain, so our partners. Also, equally important, the engagement of our people. And to have all these happening at the same time, you have to have a deep transformation in the culture of the company and of society. So, and just a comment on these 5 pillars. When it comes to climate impact, we are pledging to be carbon neutral by 2035, which is for the sector a self-regulation.
Mm-hmm.
So the sector today, I think I lost my mic.
Oh. Yes, you lost
I think, yeah,
back.
Back again. The sector today doesn't impose any imperative for carbon emissions reduction. So we have self-regulation target to be carbon neutral on scopes 1 and 2 by 2035, and we can dwell on that if you want. We can talk about that later. We are migrating all of our energy consumptions to the renewable space. So we want to be all green, 100% of our energy being sourced by renewables. And when it comes to nature, we are committing to be no net loss. And if possible, nature positive, which means that after our intervention, after our infrastructure investments, we want to leave the ecosystems better than they were before our investments.
But how to do that, sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, please.
How to do that when the energy, the transportation sector where your company navigates, it's responsible, in the case of Brazil, for 9% of emissions, worldwide maybe 70%, is that correct?
It's around 10-15%.
Okay.
And what we're doing today is picking all of the scope 1s and 2 sources of emissions and working on pathways to reduce to zero by 2035. So we are migrating energy consumption to the renewable space. We are adopting biofuels in our light vehicle fleets. We are controlling fugitive emissions in air conditions. So everything that is today generating scopes 1 and 2 emissions is being tackled to guarantee that we can reduce our carbon footprint. On top of that, I think the nature equation is also very relevant, even more relevant in Brazil, because as we all know, this is the center of the world when it comes to biodiversity, when it comes to rainforest, when it comes to water. So it's really a very deep responsibility that we, companies, corporations that operate in Brazil, we have to be proactive in the sense of being ahead of the schedule, being ahead of the net zero 2050 milestone, which, as we know, according to science, is what's needed to control temperature rise by the 1.5 degrees threshold that we all know. So we are being proactive and going ahead of the schedule.
Where do you think companies are failing when it comes for their sustainability strategies?
I think there is an equation that has to be tackled, which is value creation and impact in the ecosystems, in society, in the environment. And in our case, what we have devised, Jimena, is what we call an NPV positive strategy. So going to net zero, going to carbon neutrality by 2035, in the case of CCR, will be net positive, which means we'll generate value, because we are going to reduce 20% our energy costs by migrating all our consumptions to the renewable space. So I think these two equations, they are compatible. Taking care of nature and doing profitable and good business. So that's the equation that we have to drive.
Mr. Kovler, back to you, because there's another key factor to consider, and we already talked about a little bit, that runs in parallel with the economic approach, that is technology. And you are currently looking for technologies and companies that are critical to your partners. So which are the ones that are being helpful to them to prepare for decarbonization?
Yeah, it's there's not, the challenge we are facing is enormous, and there's no really a one-size-fits-all or one solution that will cure us of all evil. But if you break it down into the two key components to decarbonize, we have to make sure that the problem doesn't get worse. That means we have to decarbonize the global economy. And then secondly, we need to enable them to deal with the more challenging environment we are facing. On the first topic, decarbonizing the global economy, it's not too complicated, right? Decarbonize supply, so geothermal, nuclear, wind, solar, we are investing quite a bit there. It means electrify demand, make industrial processes, transportation electric, to use that carbon-free source, and then connect the two in an infrastructure that is stable and resilient and can sustain the attacks from a more ferocious environment that we are facing. So that really goes from very simple things where we replace wooden distribution poles with composite poles that are more storm resistant, to taking, we are in Brazil, we are in Boston Metal, sort of making the steel manufacturing more carbon efficient, to dealing with the volatility of demand and supply, where we need long-term seasonal storage like form. So it's really a multitude of technical solutions. We have probably 80% of the technologies we need today. So for them, it's more a matter of scaling them. That's where we, as EIP, we try to help in that process by bringing together those innovators that often sit in America or in Europe, but connecting them with the emerging economies, with the emerging markets, and making it a little bit easier for them to deploy. So that's certainly a key theme for us. And then 20% of technologies, I think we still need a little bit more work because the clean electron can't do it all. Ultimately, we need the clean molecules to help in here, whether that's hydrogen or ammonia, some of the carbon capture technologies. It's not a one-size-fits-all. We need all hands on deck for this, and I think we need to think of this as a global problem where the greatest ideas are sometimes coming from the most unusual places, and having that global exchange is very critical in our view.
Great. Now, Ilona, there's a tricky problem for emerging economies today, as you know, because how to curb emissions while still trying to get the standards of an economically developed country? Best example, Brazil itself.
Sure, and Jimena, I think it's a catch-22, but it's the last train that countries such as Brazil, but also if you take the whole G77, that's the last train we have to the developed world. So I think Brazil has at the moment several plans. I'd say the master plan that connects to others is the ecological transformation plan led by the Minister of Finance, but you have also a biofuels plan. Of course, you have the climate plan from the Minister of Environment and others that connect into a plan that would go through all the sectors that you mentioned here. And because it's, a country that is looking also for the nature lands, so nature is also big. And why is this important? I think if we don't have ambition, because we can be, Brazil is a food basket, but we can be, let's say, a green power with low carbon agriculture, green energy power, but also keep our biodiversity intact, because otherwise there's no climate, food, or energy security without that. And so these plans are important. So how do we finance that? So today, in fact, it's being launched, and yesterday the president of the National Bank just said here, today at the annual meetings of the IMF and World Bank, is being launched the country platform. This is also an endeavor by 4 ministries of Brazil, BNDES, our National Development Bank, supported by defense. So Bloomberg is also with Brazil in this endeavor to attract investment, because it's not because it's, people are being nice to Brazil, it's because it's going to be a win-win situation. We're going to decarbonize, we're going to protect our nature, and companies will produce cheaper, cleaner products in Brazil. And so if we succeed, and I think we have to, and I think everyone in this room wants Brazil to succeed, many other countries will follow, because Brazil is a role model to the developing world. But if we fail, that's tragic. And we can't fail for all the reasons we said here before. So I don't think it's a choice. I think it's a must. And of course, there are issues. Let's say we have to align domestic policy. There's not a straight line with some of the ministries, but it's the last train to catch. And I wouldn't say that the world is not looking. I would say this region should be looked at as also, let's say, a basket of opportunities to decarbonize. So we can help. It's a win-win situation. So do come and do help us to improve the regulation and the stability, mechanisms to hedge our exchange rate. All this is coming into place, small scale still. Hopefully the country platform can help accelerate and also disseminate the possibilities worldwide.
Thank you, Ilona. And Miguel, now that she mentions this plan presented at the IMF meetings right now, you also mentioned Brazil can serve as the largest sustainability powerhouse in the world. But how is that when Brazil is currently one of the major greenhouse gas emitters?
I think we all know that Brazil is the largest ecology superpower in the world. With the largest rainforest, with the largest water reserve, the largest biodiversity in the world. 20% of the whole biodiversity of the world is in Brazil. The greenest energy matrix, 90% of the electricity that is generated in Brazil comes from renewable sources. So this country is really a superpower, a powerhouse when it comes to sustainability. There's, according to Boston Consulting, there's huge investment opportunity of around $2 to $3 trillion till 2050 in 4 areas. Energy, so energy transition is definitely one of the leading drivers of that investment. Carbon markets, agriculture that Ilona has already mentioned, and the industry, green industry, cement, steel, with low carbon footprints. So there is really an outstanding opportunity of converging to Brazil investment that will be relevant for the country, for the economic development of the country, but also for the sustainability equation, which we think is being challenging in Brazil. We also know that Brazil is one of the most affected countries by climate change. We've had recently, since the beginning of the year, very significant demonstrations of that. The flooding in Rio Grande do Sul, the wildfires in the country. So we are in a moment of very strong pressure upon the climate. So I think we have to work in parallel in 2 agendas. The mitigation agenda to reduce emissions and to try to be more carbon friendly, more carbon neutral than we are today. And when you take the carbon footprint of Brazil, at least in 2019, 2020, half of that was generated by deforestation. So if you stop illegal deforestation in Brazil, you curb 50% of carbon emissions, which brings Brazil down to a rank which is not in the top 10 emitters in the world. So that's very relevant. So mitigation agenda is relevant, but adaptation agenda is also very significant. And we know that in the mitigation space, private initiative is more prone to invest. So 2/3 of mitigation investments come from private companies, whilst in adaptation, it's less than 10%. So you got to have public policies. Those public policies, they have to be translated into adequate regulatory frameworks. They have to bring incentives on board, and they have to channel incentives to guarantee that all the private initiative goes in the same direction. But it's very, very critical in the infrastructure business, as we all witnessed it since the beginning of the year.
So in that sense, you all know Brazil will be hosting the next year COP, the COP30. So what does the Brazilian government need to present to really contribute to the net zero goal? I would love to hear about you 3. What do you expect? Ilona?
So Brazil is, together with the Troika, which is the 3 countries that hosted or will host COP, designed the slogan like Mission 1.5. So first, let's get the NDCs on track. So this is very important because we're today off the 1.5 limit, and I think when we see also the drought in the Amazon, which is also biodiversity loss, so it's really scary what's happening. It's exponential. We don't know the effect. It's cascading. So multiple crises we can't afford. So I think what Brazil has to deliver, because it has a very ambitious NDC, and we have even more to be launched now at Baku. Well, zero deforestation, zero illegal deforestation, but over 95% of deforestation in Brazil is illegal, so means it's really almost zero deforestation. But we also need to restore. We need to restore, as of today, our NDC says 12 million hectares. So it's an immense opportunity for ecological and productive restoration to restore biodiversity. But if we don't include natural capital in the valuation, these models don't stand up. So honestly, you have to price the externalities. Otherwise, we're going to keep, I can't invest in nature-based solutions because they don't have the return. Well, of course they do. We're using without paying. So I think that's something that for Brazil also to deliver at COP30, we're going to have this conversation. That's why I'm bringing this subject here today. I know it's a hard one, but it's a must-do one. Let's account for that. Let's invest in nature. Let's really support the opportunities that we have on the ground, because this will have not only like a green transition, but a just and green, because there's plenty of opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Kobler?
I think there is a big opportunity for Brazil or for the bigger emerging economies to kind of jumpstart some of the efforts we have in Western Europe and in North America. You know, we here in the US and in Europe, we are suffering a little bit. What used to be called NIMBY, not in my backyard, we are now calling it bananas. Build absolutely nothing near anyone anytime soon. It takes forever to get to deploy new technologies, to build transmission distribution lines. And I think that's where the emerging economies could jump ahead, like India jumped ahead and just skipped the landlines when they went to mobile phones. I would hope there's an opportunity for Brazil to take a leadership here as well and makes the adaptation of those new technologies easier and faster, and could take a big role just with COP coming up. I think would be a good thing to focus on.
Thank you, Mr. Kovler, for joining us. And Miguel, of course, your point of view, please.
I think Hans and Ilona have already mentioned the most critical topics. I would add that this is a very significant moment for Brazil, for the world, to draw attention to rainforest preservation and to avoid deforestation, which we all know that it's going south, so we don't need that. The other point I think will be critical, it's going to be water management. And in the Amazon region, we are in the center of that debate. So I think it will be also a topic that will be very relevant for discussion. And the last one, perhaps, or the last two, indigenous populations. I think the role of indigenous populations in that area is paramount and will be obviously in the center stage of the debate. And also one recurrent topic, which we think is COP after COP is being debated, is the loss and damage funds. So the $100 billion fund that is needed to help emerging economies, the South Hemisphere, to deal with climate change. I think it's really critical to put that in place and in an effective way. So I think it will be, for Brazil, it will be paramount to have this COP in Belém do Pará.
Thank you, and thank you for joining this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hans.
Interested to see how China responds. We have indicated to China that this is not an intention to escalate or even to confront.
Please welcome to the stage the Honorable Catherine Tai, Trade Representative, United States of America, and Stephanie Flanders, Head of Economics and Government, Bloomberg.
Well, hello again, and well done for sticking out. We've had a pretty exhilarating morning at times and covered a lot of issues, but I think in many ways we have the headliner now, Ambassador Tai. Thank you so much for joining us at Bloomberg New Economy again, but in a different continent. We've had a lot of discussion and mention in the panels earlier today about how the world has changed since New Economy was launched in 2018. A lot of people have talked about more protectionism, national industrial policies, geopolitical fragmentation. I mean, more than many people, you are living that dream as US Trade Representative. I just wonder, we used to measure the success of someone in your job as had they opened, which markets had they opened, what tariffs had they lowered. What do you think of as success now?
So it's a great question, and thank you for putting it in the context of the New Economy Forum. If it started in 2018, that means New Economy had just a couple years before the onset of the pandemic. And I know I had the pleasure of joining for the New Economy Forum in Singapore, I think it was 2 years ago, and had moved from being in China and Beijing to Singapore, and then, of course, now we're all meeting in Sao Paulo. I think that when you're going to be charting the course of international trade policy, US trade policies, you have to put it back into the context of our experience in the global economy. So the pandemic is at the forefront of our minds still, because when you think back to 4 years ago in 2020, we were still really without vaccines yet. Maybe they were just being produced and becoming accessible. And everything was disrupted. These types of convenings were just not possible, and we're not responsible from a public health standpoint. So if you look at the US economy today, I'm going to take the opportunity to do a little bit of a cheerlead. We've brought inflation down to 2.6%. We've created 15.5 million jobs in the last 3.5 years, which means that we've made up for jobs lost during the pandemic, and we've created more on top of that. We've seen 18.5 million new small business applications in this period of time. It's a time of a small business boom in the United States. And then most recently in September, you saw the Fed lower interest rates without our having to spike unemployment in order to cool down the economy. So overall, I know in the parlance of the finance folks, we would describe this as really a soft landing, and I've heard Janet talk about it that way, Janet Yellen. Something that's always confused me is why we would be talking about this in terms of an airplane, potentially an airplane out of control. In many ways, I think if you look at our record over the course of the last 4 years, it's not really a soft landing that we've accomplished. Since the Olympics just happened and they're still very fresh on my mind, I feel like, I'm thinking about aerial gymnasts. I really feel like as the United States, as the Biden-Harris administration, we have stuck this landing. The question then is, what's been the secret sauce? What's allowed us to navigate this very successful outcome from some very turbulent, very disruptive, and in many cases, just tragic years? And I think that you want to bring it back to the core economic vision of the Biden-Harris administration, which is middle-out economics. Building the economy from the middle out and the bottom up. That means leading an economic recovery that's middle out and bottom up. And all of that is in contrast to a top-down, trickle-down approach. So I would also then put everything that we have been doing in trade, all of the changes in direction and in metrics for measuring our success in that context of whether or not our trade policies have been supportive of middle-out economics and whether or not we are bending those trade policies away from a trickle-down approach that over time has left us with a lot of shortcomings. Because I want to end here. For all of the successes of navigating through the economic recovery and really sticking the landing, as we look at our economy and we look at the global economy, we still see structural challenges. Those go to our supply chains, which have been a real focus of our trade policy work and our trade architecture. But also, I just want to point out one of the things that became very, very apparent through the pandemic disruptions was the widening inequality in individual economies and in the global economy. And I think that even as we are very proud of the successes in our navigation through some very turbulent economic times, we still remain focused on taking on those larger structural challenges.
You mentioned 2018, COVID. I mean, obviously a massive theme of this period has been the ongoing challenge, conflict, tension, whatever, between US and China, and how that's changing the world for other countries. China has a palpably growing influence in this region, and you look at flows coming in to this country, it's one of the dominant sources of inflows in terms of private investment. You have President Xi Jinping is going to be in this region for nearly a whole week after the US election, when the US may well be in flux. President Lula is meeting President Xi in Peru and then hosting him for the G20 in Brasilia. How are you thinking about that? Is the US directly trying to counter or respond to that rising influence?
Let me put it this way. I think in trade for a very, very long time, we've been concerned by the indications that we've seen of growing economic dominance of the PRC economy in the global economy, as represented by industries that have been grown strategically and intentionally, not just for dominance within the Chinese economy, but for global marketplace domination. We've seen that in steel, we've seen it in solar, we are now seeing it in EVs and batteries. And what I think is really interesting about today in 2024 is that across our administration, whether you're the US Trade Representative, you're the Secretary of the Treasury, whether you're the Secretary of State or the Director of the National Economic Council, we are all focused on this challenge of Chinese overcapacity, excess production, and the impacts that that is going to have on very open economies like the US economy. Now, you have a growing unity of diagnosis and a growing unity of focus in terms of engaging with the PRC itself, but also with our partners from within the administration. I know that our partners are situated differently around the world, and we all have our different relationships with Beijing. Nevertheless, if you look at the data, as of today, we have seen about a 60% increase of trade remedies, investigations, and cases being brought by emerging economies against the PRC. If you look at the data in terms of, just look at solar, and this is really critical because for the clean energy transition to happen, we are going to be moving, our goal is to move from a fossil fuels-based economy, a resource-based economy in energy, to one where energy is produced using technology and goods, like solar panels, for example. If you look at the solar module supply chain, it's fairly short. You start with polysilicon, you go to ingots and wafers, you go to cells, which are then assembled into modules, and then the modules go into the panels that ultimately get installed. As of today, China has between 80 to 100% of that module supply chain. So if you look at each one of the segments in that stream, at the very, very upper end for polysilicon, China produces 83% of the world's polysilicon. For ingots and wafers, 98% of ingots and wafers that go into cell modules come from the PRC. The modules themselves, I think it's at 81%, sorry, the cells 81%, the modules 86%, or I may have flipped those two. In any event, that is a very, very high degree of reliance that the entire world has on one economy. If you're just thinking about risk in supply chains, and we saw this with COVID, where the one place that was producing all of the things that we needed, PPE and masks, was the first place that had to be locked down. That's a tremendously concerning place for us to be. And as much as it is concerning for us in the United States, I just want to draw attention from your audience to the fact that this is a concern for all of us.
And just to follow up directly on that, do we consider it to be the same risk if we're reliant on Chinese producers in Mexico for those products or in Brazil? Because I think there has been this issue around the FDI coming into countries. You know, does that pose the same risk? Chinese-owned factories producing these things, but close to the US?
So for all of 2024, USTR has been carrying on a supply chain-focused initiative. and everybody works on supply chains. I know that you and many, probably all of your colleagues, are
Bloomberg's
reporting on
obsessed
supply
with
chains.
supply chains.
We're all obsessed with supply chains. So within the administration, USTR looked at our competencies, which is really in trade policy, trade negotiations, trade enforcement. And the question that we pose to ourselves and to the general public has been, please share with us all of your wisdom on supply chains and the incentives for making supply chain decisions so that we can take another look at what kinds of trade tools, trade arrangements, trade policy approaches we need to create or harness in order to incentivize more resilient supply chains. We're really focused on trying to define an approach to resilience in supply chains. By the end of this year, our target is to have a series of white papers published to share with everyone our analyses and some of our conclusions. But in terms of the work that we've already done, we've identified 4 complementary dimensions that need to be taken into account in terms of supply chain resiliency. So the first one is transparency. The second is diversity and diversification. The third one is security. And in terms of security, what we mean is trustworthiness, the trust that you have in the links in your supply chain and where those links are. And then the fourth one is sustainability. And that goes both to environmental sustainability and also human impact sustainability. So to get back to your question about Chinese investments in third countries and how we're thinking about those supply chain risks, we would raise those up against those 4 dimensions. What is the transparency in terms of those Chinese investments? What is the diversity that's represented? If it's outside of China, you've got some geographical diversity. But in terms of trust, in terms of those companies, the relationship between those companies and the PRC government, and the relationship between those companies and their host countries. And then finally, in terms of sustainability practices, we are trying to develop this resilience tool that we can use in a very objective way to be looking at the risks, including the ones that you've identified.
So just to follow that thought in a sort of concrete way, if you have, for the sake of argument, Chinese-owned electric vehicle factories in Mexico, they might score relatively lowly on those supply chain measures. Would that mean that you'd be looking to prevent them from getting into the US? And how would you do that within the terms of the trade agreement?
So the benefit of having this structure would be that we would be approaching the fact pattern that you've put out through the lens of we want resilient supply chains. And so how do we incentivize resilience and how do we mitigate the risk of non-resilience? We have seen some potentially concerning developments in terms of Chinese company acquisitions in Mexico to build factories. And a lot of the questions that we're asking include who will be working in those factories? What kinds of rights will those workers have? What will be the environmental and the climate production concerns and considerations that are put into place. But ultimately, I think that one important question that we need to ask is, in terms of the challenge of the PRC economy's place in the world, that very nebulous and often non-transparent connection between the state and the economic actor, and trying to understand that connection to get to the issue of trust. In an increasingly geopolitically tense world, that value, when it comes to trust and security, is only increasing. And what we've seen from the PRC is a real willingness to reach for trade and economic levers to exact consequences and punishment for political decisions that countries have taken. That is something that we need to be paying a very considerable amount of attention to.
I want to go back to that in a minute, but I think there's also there's some sort of concrete things that also come up here in Brazil and go a little bit to this transparency issue and the rising influence of China. The Brazilian government is considering, we believe quite seriously, joining the Belt and Road Initiative. How would you feel about that?
It's a decision for the Brazilian government, so I want to be upfront about that. Sovereignty is a very, very important aspect of what we are trying to preserve in the world economy, as well as openness to the extent that we can trust each other, and democracy too. So first and foremost, that's a decision that is entirely up to the Brazilian government. That said, I would encourage our friends in Brazil to look at the risks in today's economy through a lens like the ones that we are using, through an objectivity lens, through a risk management lens, and to really think about what the best pathway is forward for more resilience in the Brazilian economy and in the world economy. Supply chain fragility is one aspect of the challenge that we have, but I think that this is an area where a lot of my conversations with my counterparts around the world, including my Brazilian counterparts, where I've seen a lot of synergy is this desire to address these widening gaps in inequality around the world. And on this, I might just take a moment to say how much attention we paid to the Nobel Committee's recognition of when AJR, Acemoglu, Johnson, and Robinson just last week in terms of their work in examining factors that contribute to successful and less successful post-colonial economic outcomes. That element that they've identified, that the countries that have more inclusive post-colonial institutions, economic and political institutions, have seen more success in terms of generating wealth vis-a-vis countries with more extractive post-colonial institutions. I think I've not had a chance to talk to either of those three laureates since they were awarded the Nobel Prize, but something that I'd like to explore with them is the degree to which that extractive model that they've identified as leading to poorer outcomes, the degree to which that extractive model maps onto essentially a trickle-down theory of economic growth. And so what I would say, bringing it back, is in terms of the path forward and the work that we have to do as the United States in partnership with our friends and neighbors, I think that we have a lot of common ground to be thinking about how you use trade policy and trade tools to develop, enhance, and reinforce inclusive economic institutions.
I guess a lot of people listening to this will see here something that we see quite a lot in the Biden administration. It feels like there's an intellectual structure being built to defend a basic sort of political impetus, which has been led by former President Trump, that we just don't want Chinese-made cars flooding the US, whether it's from Mexico or from China. And he doesn't talk about the resilience of supply chains. He just says he doesn't want them and he's going to put 1,000% tariffs or 200%, it varies. I know you can't get into the campaign itself, but it feels like a lot of this is all about trying to make it harder for Chinese cars to get into the US one way or another. And ultimately, that's also going to trigger a review of the trade agreement.
Well, Stephanie, I feel like the way you've posed that question, while very, very friendly and with a smile, is in a way challenging whether or not I've been lying to you for these 20 minutes. And I just want to say—
Providing an intellectual justification for a political policy.
I mean, I think if that's what you've taken away from this conversation, you've really missed everything that I've just said to you.
Okay.
Which is, it's an intellectual framework that is placed in objectivity, that is not xenophobic, that is not about keeping the PRC down, but is about growing inclusive economies at home so that the parts of our population and our fellow Americans, our fellow Brazilians, who are really struggling today, struggling even more than they were before the pandemic, before the great financial crisis, and before the takeoff of this era of trickle-down trade policies has hollowed out significant parts of our economy. And I know that in Brazil, there is a huge, huge outcry when major auto manufacturers pulled out of Brazil and shut down production here. Those are not political. Those are about economics, it's about livelihoods, and it's about the ability of a democracy to deliver livelihoods and hope for its people. That is the whole point of a democracy. So let me just end there to say that an intellectual framework that we've put forward is undergirded by President Biden and Vice President Harris's deep conviction that our democracy and its economic promise, that these are the most important elements of what we have to deliver to our people.
And do you feel that the Mexican government under President Sheinbaum is an ally in that effort?
I certainly hope so, and I look forward to having my first interaction with the new Economia Secretary, Marcelo Ebrard.
Because there's a number, I guess we've run out of time, but I think there are a number of reforms that have happened, legislation that's been passed since she was elected, that have raised some flags, I believe, for your department and potentially could trigger a broader review. We just wondered how you see that process proceeding. The judicial reform, for example, which has also raised concerns in the investment community.
The United States and Mexico have a very special relationship, similar to the relationship we have with Canada. They are our closest partners and trading partners because as long as geography looks the way it does, they will always be our neighbors. It's a bit like being family, that your siblings are forever going to be your siblings by virtue of how you came into the world. There is a lot ahead of us in terms of our work with Mexico. A lot of it, I think, very positive. And it will just require us to sit down at the table and start mapping out all of the components of what we need to tackle.
You don't have a sense of the timing of that process or what the next steps would be if they were judged to be against the terms of the agreement?
So I think that their administration came in, President Sheinbaum was inaugurated on October 1st, so that was just over 2 weeks ago. Tomorrow for the trade ministers meeting, I don't believe that Secretary Ebrard will be able to attend. That said, we are neighbors, and it's a short flight between Washington and Mexico City, so I'm looking forward to sitting down with him.
A lot of my colleagues think that it's sort of almost a certainty that there will be a full review triggered of the US, Canada, Mexico trade agreement in the period from next year. Do you share that expectation, whoever wins the presidential election?
So NAFTA, which has been reborn as the US-Mexico-Canada agreement, is probably the most consequential trade agreement because of the close proximity we have to each other. And also because this is really the newest of our agreements. It's the oldest and also the newest of our agreements. The world and the world economy are quickly changing around us. And I think just on that basis alone, there's going to be a lot for the three of us to talk about in terms of how we orient ourselves to ensure that the USMCA continues to be relevant to our place in the world and our relationship with each other.
A lot to talk about, but you don't know about triggering a formal review.
I'm not even quite sure what that means, Stephanie, so perhaps we can talk about that a little bit more. There's a July 1, 2026, in the agreement and under statute, the three countries have to come together and either affirm that they would like to continue the agreement, or if there's any disagreement, it starts a 10-year wind down on the agreement. So July 1, 2026 is an important inflection point, and I think that that's an important moment for us to be working towards.
But if you, it just feels like whoever wins the presidential election, that is likely to be, it's unlikely to just proceed without further review.
I think the whole point of having that review is for us to use it.
Ambassador Tai, thank you very much for a lively conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please welcome back to the stage Bloomberg's Eric Schatzker.
Good morning, everybody. So many fascinating, provocative conversations. I'm sure you'll agree with that. That, of course, is what Bloomberg New Economy is all about. It is time to take a break for lunch. I'm sure you've built up a little bit of an appetite. You'll find terrific food at Taraz. That is on the second floor. You take the elevators just outside this door and follow the signs. Our hosts are on hand to help you with directions. For those of you who've signed up, our first round of breakout sessions is starting pretty much right now. And of course, they include lunch, so you don't need to go running back and forth between both places. The second set of breakouts, importantly, from 3 to 4 this afternoon, all the breakouts are happening upstairs on the pavilion level. Same thing, take the elevators to the second floor, but obviously you're not going to the restaurant. One additional note on breakouts, delegates, most of you signed up ahead of time, and most seats are taken. There is some limited seating left available, so if you haven't signed up but hope to participate in 1 or 2 breakouts, please head upstairs to that pavilion level, 2 floors up, and check availability with a member of our staff in the breakouts area. We will reconvene here in the plenary hall at 4:30. Please be back here on time for our afternoon finale. We're going to be hearing from, among others, Bill Gates, chair of the Gates Foundation and founder of Breakthrough Energy, the Honorable Marcela Escobar. She's a special assistant to President Biden on immigration. Paul Polman, the former CEO of Unilever and co-author of Net Positive. Gilberto Tomazoni, the global CEO of JBS. And finally, Andrea Esteves, the chairman of BTG Pactual. The event concludes with a networking reception at Casa Baradesco. We hope to see you there to raise a toast to our delegates and to our speakers. For now, enjoy lunch and the breakout sessions. I'll see you back here at 4:30. Thank you.